I'd like to call to order the regular formal meeting of the Iowa City City Council for May 7, 2019. Roll call, please.
Cole.
Here.
Mims.
Here.
Sully.
Here.
Taylor.
Here.
Teague.
Here.
Thomas.
Here.
Throgmorton.
Here. So, wow. Welcome to all of you. It's great to see you. I thought I heard it raining outside, but I guess it's not because the concrete's still dry. But it's wonderful to see you on this, I guess, kind of blustery day. Big turnout. The maximum permissible number is like 95, so I think we're right at 94. Anyhow,
And a half.
it's good to see all of you, and I hope you enjoy the meeting of your city council. Okay, the first item is item 2 is Student Leadership Award. So we have students from Grant Wood Elementary and Longfellow Elementary. And I think we have 2 students from Grant Wood. That's right, huh? Could the 2 students from Grant Wood come up, please? Would you hold on to those and hand them to me when we get to Longfellow? Great, thank you. Why don't y'all back up a little bit and leave some space in the center for me. Great, thanks. All right, so Grant Wood's a terrific school. How long have you been going to Grant Wood? How many years?
7 years.
Oh, sorry.
7 years.
Wow. You?
Just 2.
Wow. All right, 2 years. Did you move here from somewhere?
Yes. I moved here from Wisconsin and I was homeschooled for a while.
Okay, great. All right, so you have your speeches ready, right? Okay, great. So we have 2 separate awards, and they have your names on them separately, right? So when we get to doing it, I'll read the award, and you'll just imagine your names being mentioned. Okay, is that clear? Probably not. Okay, so why don't you start by let me state your name. So I got to help myself out here. Natalia Fleck, right? Okay. Natalia, would you read your speech, and then we'll move on.
Hi, my name is Natalia Flack, and I believe I was chosen for this award because I'm responsible, respectful, and I help others when they need it. I'm in band. I play the flute. I'm in anthem choir, where we sing about peace and believing in yourself. I'm an art club, and I was deemed Mom of the group because I show interest in others and support their artwork. I'm also in Flag Patrol, after-school program, a writing club, where we share original pieces and express ourselves through writing, composition, and drum choir. I'm learning how to write music and play different rhythms. Soccer, I'm on the yellow team. A fitness program called LifeStar, where we learn about being healthy. In the classroom, I'm the banker who deals with our class finances, and whenever I can, I help my classmates with math, reading, and social studies. Every day after lunch, I clean the cafeteria with a few other people, one of which is standing right next to me. I'd like to thank my teachers, classmates, coaches, the volunteers, my friends, and the Iowa City City Council for this award, and my family for their support through everything. Thank you.
All right. Natalia, it's pretty clear you do know how to write. That was really well crafted. Bravo. Okay, and the next one is, I forgot your name already. Mason Tilley, right? Okay, and I just met you over there, right, Mason, with your dad. Okay, so why don't you read your speech?
Well, I have mine memorized. I left it over there.
Just in case.
Could I hold it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Mason Wayne Tilley, and I'm a 6th grader at Grant Wood Elementary. First off, I'd like to thank the Iowa City City Council for allowing me to come and speak in front of all of you beautiful, amazing people out here. Even though the weather was not permitting at first for this event to happen, thank you for making time for us. It's really amazing to be here. Second, I would like to thank my amazing parents who always encourage me to work hard and apply myself in school. My dad over there, hello, and my mom right there. You're amazing. Back to me. Also, I'd like to thank my beautiful, strong sisters, Nina and Amara, who are standing right over there. I always looked up to them, and they're so amazing. And lastly, I'd like to thank my incredibly amazing teacher, Mr. Glenn. Thank you for choosing me for this award. It's truly a great honor. I try to work hard and apply myself in everything I do in and out of school. In school, I am the banker in my classroom, which means I manage the funds. We have a sort of financial system in our classroom, and I am one of the 3 the key holders to the bank, and we keep track of all sorts of stuff. I'm also in a group called ELP, which is an acronym for Extended Learning Program, where we learn about a bunch of different topics apart from the normal curriculum. Actually, right now in ELP, we're doing 3D modeling, which is fun. I'm also in orchestra, and I play the violin. Outside of school, I'm a wrestler for Iowa City Mat Pack. Nobody? Okay. And during the off season, I box for I-Corps. I also proudly belong to the River Community Church, where my dad is the pastor. At church, I do everything from making coffee to taking care of kids in the nursery to generally just helping out wherever I'm needed. And I also just recently started skateboarding, which is a ton of fun, but I have endured a lot of falling and hurting myself and bumps and scrapes and bruises of all shapes and sizes and colors. But I just want to encourage others to work hard in school and outside of school. And as my coach says, there are no shortcuts to success. You have to pay full price. Now, I won't waste any more of your time. Thank you so very much. Goodbye.
Well done, Mason. That was pretty impressive. So would you like to just take over back here and just... Yeah, really nicely done. Okay, so I'm going to read your awards. And again, Mason, your name is on yours, and Natalia, yours is on yours. So, Student Leadership Award for your outstanding qualities of leadership within Grant Wood Elementary, as well as the community, and for your sense of responsibility and helpfulness to others, we recognize Mason, Natalia, as an outstanding student leader. Your community is proud of you. Presented by the Iowa City City Council, May 2019. So, Mason, there's yours. Natalia, there's yours. I know they're proud parents. We just, where did he go? He's right there. No, that's a
Teacher.
He's out there, and he's out there. Okay, so bravo, you're doing a great job, and so the moms do. So well done. Keep it up. And what's the Matt Hayek joke now? It's about time to go back and do your homework or stay here. So anyhow, thanks for coming. You all have done beautifully. Okay, probably need to see these names too. Okay, now we have 3 kids from Longfellow Elementary. So Percy Williams, Bella Van Etten, and Sydney Geeson. Okay, so Sydney couldn't be here, I guess. All right, so you saw what we did just then. So what I'm going to ask you to do is read your speeches, and then when you're done, I'll read the awards for you too. Okay? Why don't we start with you? I can hold it.
Okay. I think I'm an outstanding student because I help with the Preemie Project, give things to people in need, and help my school stay safe by taking part in safety patrol. I also help by planning parties for my school's after-school program. I help my friends and family by encouraging them when they are sad, helping them when I can, listening to them and asking questions about them, and always trying to make them laugh and have fun. I live by 2 rules: live life to the fullest and treat others the way you want to be treated.
All right. Well done. Percy?
I believe I'm an outstanding student because every year I donate clothes and toys to the shelter to give back to other families in need. I am nice and helpful to others. My peers always like to play with me at recess and after school. I am always helpful at home with my family. I help my parents with chores around the house and my little brother with playing football and basketball. I believe I am an outstanding student because I am Percy, who is caring, respectful, and responsible. Thank you.
Beautifully done. So both of you go to a terrific elementary school, which was recently renovated, and I had the opportunity to go there when it was the grand opening was held. And you're both terrific students. And I had two terrific students go there myself. I had two sons that went through Longfellow, so it's really a treat to be able to give you your awards. So with that, let me open this thing up. So again, I'm going to read the award, and your names are on separate ones. So Student Leadership Award for your outstanding qualities of leadership within Longfellow Elementary, as well as the community, and for your sense of responsibility and helpfulness to others. We recognize Percy and Bella as an outstanding student leader. Your community is proud of you. Presented by the Iowa City City Council, May 2019. So Percy, this is yours, and Bella, this should be yours. It is. There you go. So, where are the proud parents? Right there. Bravo. You're doing a great job. Good job. Good job. Well, that was fun. So we have, is this on? Yeah. We have 5 proclamations to read tonight. I'm going to read the first and last of the proclamations, then I'm going to ask other council members to read the second, third, and fourth. So here's the first one. Whereas the bicycle is an economical, environmentally sound, and effective means of transportation, recreation, and fitness, and whereas the bicycle is considered a legitimate vehicle in all 50 states and is entitled to legal and responsible use of all public roads in Iowa, except interstate highways, and whereas increased use of the bicycle will benefit all citizens by improving air quality, reducing traffic congestion and noise, decreasing use of and dependence upon finite energy resources, and will foster healthy lifestyles. And whereas the City of Iowa City has an ongoing commitment to encourage bicycling as a viable mode of transportation and recreation, and whereas the League of American Bicyclists has established the month of May as National Bicycle Month, now therefore I, Jim Throgmorton, Mayor of Iowa City, Iowa, do hereby proclaim the week of May 13 to 19, 2019, to be Bike to Work Week in Iowa City, Iowa, and encourage all citizens to ride their bicycles to work, to the store, to the park, to school, and with friends and family to promote the many benefits achieved from bicycling. So is Brenda Lindley here to accept this proclamation? If you want to, Brenda, you can say something. You don't have to, though.
Oh, okay.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, the microphone.
Sorry.
I'm going to stand right here. Yes. I look at you, but I want to look at all them. They're so much prettier. I'm sorry. That was not for you. Thank you. I am the president of the board of directors for the Bike Library, and we really appreciate you doing this. And I personally got into bicycling as after the 2016 election. It was my thing to do to make change in the world, and I've kind of taken off from there, literally, on my bicycle. So thank you very much.
Bravo. Okay, the next is International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia.
All right.
Bruce.
So whereas May 17th is the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia, and was first observed in 2004, and whereas May 17th has established itself the single most important date for LGBTI communities to mobilize on a worldwide scale, and whereas the day represents an annual landmark to draw the attention of decision makers, the media, the public, opinion leaders, and local authorities to the alarming situation faced by lesbians, gay, bisexuals, transgender, and intersex people, and all those who do not conform to majority sexual and gender norms. And whereas the date of May 17th is now celebrated by more than 130 countries, and whereas these mobilizations unite millions of people in support of the recognition of human rights for all, irrespective of sexual orientation or gender, identity or expression, and whereas the Iowa City Human Rights Commission encourages communities members to reflect on the ongoing struggle for equality, members of the LGBTI community face and celebrate the contributions that enhance our city. Now, therefore, on behalf of Mayor James Throgmorton of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim May 17th to be observed as International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia.
Is Noemi Ford here to accept this proclamation?
I was asked to be here on behalf of Iowa City Pride, and we wanted to thank you for all of this. And Noemi will say quite a bit, but I just wanted to say it's been a rough year for transgender people in particular, with a lot of the rulings that have been coming down. So a day like this is especially meaningful. And to include biphobia is also especially meaningful. Just wanted to share something that people may not be fully aware of, which is bisexual youth and bisexual adults both suffer even more than gay and lesbian youth and adults do, with feelings of being rejected and the general prejudice that has existed before and historically. Only 44% of bisexual youth feel they have adults they can turn to, compared with 79% of non-LGBTQ respondents in a recent survey, and 54% of lesbian and gay youth. And this extends into adulthood, where 40% of bisexual adults have considered or attempted suicide, compared to just over a quarter of gay men and lesbians. So as hard as it is for gay and lesbian people, it's even harder for bisexual people, and all that's amplified even more if you're bisexual and transgender. So we really appreciate this day, and thank you for the time.
Hi, I also wanted to thank the Iowa City city government, and as well as the citizens for appreciating the day that we're celebrating on May 17. I'm here as a representative of the Human Rights Commission, but I'm also here as a clinical psychologist who has been practicing for over 10 years. And I know firsthand the lifelong suffering that individuals whose lives have been unfortunately impacted by discrimination and many forms of prejudice, who suffer from these lifelong traumas. And these traumas have been ruled not part of a mental disorder, according to the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of the United States and also the World Health Organization, for over 30 years. However, in the state of Iowa, conversion therapy, which is a form of child abuse, with consenting parents is still legal and allowed, despite the American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association, the American Counseling Associations advising against the procedures as known to be actually traumatic and ineffective. I think that all of us here should be aware that this is happening in our state, and there are things we can do against these conditions in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, the next proclamation is Kids to Park Day.
And that is me. For Kids to Park Day, whereas May 12, 2019 is the 8th Kids to Parks Day organized and launched by the National Park Trust, held annually on the third Saturday of May. Whereas Kids to Parks Day empowers kids and encourages families to get outdoors and visit America's parks. And whereas the City of Iowa City maintains 50 beautiful parks that offer space for active play, reflection in nature, and community gathering. And whereas Iowa City Parks and Recreation staff believe that all children should have the opportunity to learn outdoor recreation skills such as how to swim, how to bike safely, and how to play in the outdoors. And whereas it is important to introduce a new generation to our nation's parks because of the decline in park attendance over the last decades. And whereas we should encourage children to lead a more active lifestyle to combat the issues of childhood obesity, diabetes mellitus, and hypertension, hypercholesterolemia, and whereas Kids to Parks Day is open to all children and adults from across the country to encourage a large and diverse group of participants, and whereas Iowa City Parks and Recreation will co-host a family bicycling event, the True Blood 100 Family Bike Ride, on Sunday, May 12th from 1 to 6 p.m. at the Terry True Blood Recreation area. On behalf of James A. Throgmorton, Mayor of Iowa City, we do hereby proclaim May 12, 2019 to be Kids to Parks Day. We urge all residents of Iowa City to make time on that day to take the children in their lives to a neighborhood and a state or national park. Julie?
Julie Seidel Johnson, Director of Parks and Recreation. Just thank you for your support of the parks throughout our city. As we just stated, our goals are that every kid learns basic outdoor recreation skills. You'll notice a number of our newer park renovations include access to the creeks. So at Riverfront Crossings or Creekside Park, now we have places for kids to actively get down and play in the mud again. We're excited about that. And we're excited about this new event coming up on Mother's Day, the True Blood 100 free event, 1 to 6 out at Terry True Blood. There'll be all kinds of information. If you've never ridden a bike, come out and try it there. If you are out there with your family, it's a great way to participate together. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Joey. All right, which brings us to National Public Works Week.
City of Iowa City proclamation. Whereas the staff of the Iowa City Public Works Department focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to a sustainable and resilient community and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the City of Iowa City, and whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of our public works professionals who are responsible for maintaining, improving, and protecting our transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our community members. And whereas it is in the public interest for the community members and civic leaders in Iowa City to gain knowledge of and maintain a progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs. And whereas the year 2019 marks the 59th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, and it should be recognized as Public Works, it starts here. Now, therefore, on behalf of James A. Throgmorton, Mayor of Iowa City, we do hereby proclaim the week of May 19th to May 22nd 2019 to be National Public Works Week in the city of Iowa City and urge all community members and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works and to recognize the contributions which public works professionals make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. And I hear our own Ron Konecki is going to accept this.
Ron Konecki, Public Works Director. I thank you for your support of the Public Works Department, especially with the streets building that's going up currently. It's got a roof on it now, so if you get a chance to drive down Gilbert Street, take a look at the new building. It's an honor to represent the 150 employees that we have in our Public Works Department. Thank you very much for the proclamation.
Thanks, Ron. Okay, the last proclamation is Older Americans Month, and before I read the proclamation, I want to say this. I know that many agencies serve older Americans in our community, and I understand that representatives from many of those organizations are present. Please stand when I read the name of the organizations and your name as a representative. So, I'm going to read them all. Don't clap for everybody, okay? So, Trail of Johnson County, Susan Shugal, David Rust, Charlie Anderson, and Liv Swanson. Some of you may be standing back there, right? Oak Knoll, Kim Bergen Jackson, and Kim Herring. Iowa City Hospice, Jane Dorman, Sarah Krieger, Barbara Barrows, and Carla Kamal. Senior Center, Latasha Deloach. Where is she? Oh, hey, there you go, Latasha. Birdhouse, Carol Tippy. Where's Carol? Not here. Okay. Johnson County, Jeff Kelbach. University of Iowa Stanley Museum of Art, Amanda Lensing. Caring Hands and More, Hannah McDowell. And the Heritage Agency Johnson County Task Force on Aging, Bruce Teague. All right. I'm going to read the proclamation, then maybe Susan Shulo can come up to accept it. Yeah. Whereas Iowa City includes a growing number of older Americans who enrich our community through their diverse life experiences. And whereas Iowa City is committed to strengthening our community by connecting with and supporting older adults, their families, and caregivers, and acknowledging their many valuable contributions to society. And whereas Iowa City recognizes the importance of bringing together all generations and engaging in activities that promote physical, mental, and emotional well-being for the benefit of all. And whereas Iowa City can enhance the lives of older Americans in our community by promoting home and community-based services that support independent living, involving older adults in community events and other activities, and providing opportunities for older adults to work, volunteer, learn, lead, and mentor. Now, therefore, I, James Throgmorton, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim May 2019 to be Older Americans Month in Iowa City, and urge every resident to take time this month to celebrate older adults and the people who serve and support them. Susan, could you come up? Oh, there you are.
Well, on behalf of all of the great agencies that have joined us here tonight, I want to thank all of you, and I want to especially say thank you from Trail of Johnson County. We are a relative newcomer to the aging services community here in Iowa City. We are just 2 years old. We're celebrating that anniversary this spring. We have up to 200 members now, and I think much of our success is due to the fact that we are one of the affiliate organizations that are housed in the Iowa City Johnson County Senior Center. And so I also want to express our gratitude on behalf of the Trail Board and staff to the city manager, the mayor, city council, and to Senior Center leadership and staff for giving us such a welcome home. We all serve the same older adults community, and I know that this is a convergence of caring and community that's really going to benefit all of us, because, you know, none of us are getting any younger. So thank you for your investment in aging services.
Thanks to all of you for coming. Okay, so that brings us to items 4 through 9. So we need to consider adoption of the consent calendar as presented or amended.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Soe, seconded by Cole. Discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Cole?
Yes.
Mims? Yes. Salee? Yes. Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Could I have a motion to accept correspondence, please?
Move. Second.
Moved by Soe, seconded by Mims. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, item 10, this is community comment. I'd like to invite anybody who wants to address any topic that is not on the formal meeting agenda to come up and speak to us. Could I get a sense of how many people want to speak in community comment period? If you would, raise your hand. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Please keep your comments short. The max is 5 minutes. It'd be better if it was shorter. Thank you. And state your name when you first begin speaking.
Hi, my name's Allison Janes, and I live in Iowa City, and I'm here to respond directly to a comment made at the last City Council meeting by the owner of Petland. I was here at that council meeting, I saw that comment, and I felt compelled to respond directly to that. I do have a presentation to show you that will hopefully give some graphics to my argument. Okay, so I did hear Ron talk about where Petland in Iowa City sources their puppies, where they go to breeders to get their puppies and kittens that they sell. And I wanted to share with you a couple of the breeders that they have sourced from the years 2016 through 2017. The first one here is in Dalton, Wisconsin. And here are some of the violations that the USDA brought to this breeder over the period of those 2 years. They cited dogs with matted hair and eye infections, as you could see there on the left. You can see on the right the kind of conditions that these dogs are kept in: wire cages stacked on top of each other, living in their own filth, which is not cleaned, that they have to breathe in daily. And these were taken by USDA inspectors as part of violations against these facilities. The next here is from Bloomfield, Iowa. You can see on the left dogs that are outside in cages where icicles have been formed on their cages. Those are not warm environments that those dogs are living in constantly, full time. And the picture on the top right there is a dog that was cited for having a missing eye and infections of the other eye without being treated, without having gone through any treatment. So these are the kinds of places where Petland gets their dogs, and specifically from the Iowa City store. Now, all commercial retail pet sales come from facilities like this. I'm not picking specifically on Petland, but Petland is indeed one of these facilities. I also want to point out my most important point here, that these are all USDA licensed facilities. So these are sanctioned by the USDA. The USDA allows wire cages, no floor on the cages, stacked on top of each other, cages only 6 inches longer than a dog's body, and no exercise or socialization. So when Ron says that he only sources from breeders that are USDA licensed, he's correct. And this is the kind of conditions that you get in those breeding facilities. Overheard on Iowa River to River segment in December. There was a segment on puppy mills. You may be able to look it up online and on IPR. And an Iowa State USDA inspector actually called into that segment, I heard it on the radio, to say that they cannot stop the horrible conditions in puppy mills. They give violation after violation, such as the ones I've shown here, but the places don't get closed down. The only way that you can close these places down is for regions to stop the demand by banning commercial sales of dogs and cats. Hundreds of local communities have passed bans on commercial establishments, including Chicago, the entire states of California and Maryland, and soon likely New York State, and a couple of communities here in Iowa. You may all know that Cedar Rapids is right now considering a retail ban on the sale of cats and dogs within the city limits. Let's put Iowa City on the map for humane treatment and concern for our pets. I'd like to urge all of you to make a ban on the retail sale of pets a priority for this community. I know Preston Moore, the director of Humane Society for the state of Iowa, has reached out to you. So if there are anyone who would be likely to be sponsors on this council, please communicate with him and let's see if we can get a resolution at least discussed within this council. I would very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Allison.
Thank you.
Please don't forget to sign in, too, when you come up.
I'd have been done sooner if I could write faster. Sorry. My name is Ken Bowen, and I'm actually here for, I'm wearing two hats. One as the president of the Senior Center Commission, whose membership is appointed by the City Council. I'd like to report that we recently had an open house, and the theme was something along the lines of Discover Our Secrets. It was well attended, well received, and we had a real good turnout. So kudos for that. It's the Senior Center is always open for people of all ages to stop by during normal business hours and take advantage of the facilities and the opportunities therein. That's one hat. The second hat is a little bit more personal, and I discussed this with Jeff the other day at the Senior Center. I just brought it up kind of casually. But from the eastern edge of Iowa City on Highway 6 to Riverside, and from Riverside to Riverside Avenue Drive, the street. Highway 6 from the eastern edge of Iowa City to Riverside Drive, and Highway 1 from Riverside Drive out to Highway 27 218. Those stoplights along that route, that entire length, the left turn lane is left turn on green arrow only, and quite a number of those positions, those locations. And several other locations across the city have a flashing yellow light that allows drivers to turn left if the way is clear. These intersections on Highways 6 and 1 don't allow for that. A fine example of that is trying to get into the old Kmart, or where the post office is. Another would be down by Carousel Motors and where the Aldi's store is. A lot of times I found myself sitting there just waiting, not only for the green lights that are in the same direction and opposite of me to turn red so that the cross traffic can then go so I can then get a green arrow to turn. It would be when there's no traffic coming at me, I'm still sitting there at a red light when I could be turning left on a flashing yellow. So I encourage the City Council to look into this matter. I understand that we're dealing with the United States government and also the state of Iowa, and I'm sure Iowa City has great rapport with both of those entities, so I'm sure something can be accomplished. But I just wanted to point it out and call your attention to it, and that's really all I have at this point. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ken. Good evening.
My name is Lynn Gallagher. Forcing animals into extreme confinement and not allowing them to express their natural behaviors is wrong. This is what happens on factory farms. They aren't really farms, they're factories, and the animals are treated like objects, not like living beings. Puppy mills are essentially factory farms for dogs. The female dogs are treated like puppy-producing machines. They're provided with only what is necessary to keep them alive and able to reproduce. The priority is profit, and the well-being of these dogs is not a consideration. The puppies produced are cleaned up and sold for big money to customers that do not understand the horrible industry they are supporting. Pet store owners fool these customers by saying that the puppies come from USDA licensed and inspected facilities. What the customers don't know is that the USDA standards are so inadequate that even if they're followed, they mean very little about the conditions for these dogs. Reputable, responsible breeders do not sell puppies at pet stores. I repeat, reputable, responsible breeders do not sell puppies at pet stores. They care about what happens to their animals. If you purchase a puppy at a pet store, you are buying a puppy mill puppy. Our state legislature has had many opportunities to provide better oversight of puppy mills and better protection and stronger penalties for abuse and neglect of companion animals, yet they will not act to help the animals. You have the opportunity to make an impact at the local level by passing a ban on the retail sale of dogs and cats in Iowa City. I provided you with 3 photos, 2 of dogs rescued from puppy mills and 1 of a Boston Terrier in a cage at a puppy mill in Iowa. I think the Boston Terrier photo speaks for itself. The dog in the photo, which shows just her head and face, had a serious infection in her mouth that was left untreated. This is not uncommon. The other dog is filthy and her coat is matted. Puppy mill dogs do not receive grooming. I'm sure that some of you have dogs at home. Imagine how you would feel if your dog was treated this way. Every one of these dogs in puppy mills is an individual. They're just not treated as such. Please support a ban on the retail sale of companion animals in Iowa City. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Diane Rash, and I'm a resident of Iowa City, and I believe Chris from the animal shelter has talked to the council regarding the TNR trap neuter release for cats, and I'm just here to say that I support that as a resident. I think that work is really important, and that's what I'm here for.
Great. Thanks for coming, Diane. Good evening.
Good evening. Must be a trick sticker. My name is Tony Miano. I am a member of Grace Fellowship Church in Davenport. I'm here with my pastors and several members from our church family. Good evening, Mayor Throgmorton and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. I come tonight recognizing your God-given authority as government representatives and with respect for the same. As a retired 20-year law enforcement veteran, I swore an oath to protect and serve the members of my community. As a Christian, as a follower of Jesus Christ, I am commanded by God to an even higher standard of service, and that is to love my neighbors as myself. And who are my neighbors? Well, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, you are my neighbors. Each and every person gathered in this chamber, within this city, and quite frankly on planet Earth, they are my neighbors. So it is with love for all of you as my neighbors that I come to address the City Council this evening. I'm here tonight on behalf of my neighbors who cannot speak for themselves, people, human beings, who in this city are not given a voice. I'm speaking about and on behalf of unborn children. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of children in the womb. And why would I need to speak for them here in this chamber? The reason? My unborn neighbors, babies in the womb, are summarily, wantonly, and under the wicked auspices of legality being murdered in this city and under your watch, council members. The murder of unborn children is taking place in at least 2 locations here in Iowa City, the Emma Goldman Abortuary on Dubuque Street and the Planned Parenthood Abortuary on Orchard Street. At these 2 locations, unborn children are being poisoned, starved, decapitated, and dismembered. They are being slaughtered in what is supposed to be the safest place on earth, a mother's womb. On the Emma Goldman website's abortion information page, it states, and I quote, "Nature conspires to perpetuate the species." This is a lie. Nature isn't at work. The conspiracy that exists is not one engaged by nature. The conspiracy, which by definition is an unlawful enterprise entered into by 2 or more people, is not the perpetuation of the human race. Rather, the conspiracy engaged is a conspiracy to destroy human life. It is a conspiracy in violation of God's law, perpetuated by sinful human beings who in the end love themselves more than anyone else. Each and every one of us are created in the image of God. He does the work of knitting each person together in their mother's womb. Each and every one of us are fearfully and wonderfully made by the good God of creation. And every abortion is the murder of one of God's image bearers. Yes, God sees abortion as murder. And the Word of God makes it clear that no murderer, nor those who endorse or assist in the murder of other human beings, will enter into the kingdom of heaven. But there is hope in Jesus Christ. God the Father sent his Son to earth in the person of Jesus Christ, truly God and truly man and without sin. He voluntarily shed his innocent blood and died on the cross, taking upon himself the punishment each and every one of us rightly deserves for our sins against God. 3 days later, he forever defeated sin and death when he rose from the grave. And what God commands of all of us is that by faith we repent of our sin and receive Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior. The good news is that if God causes you to be born again through faith in his Son, he will forgive your sin, reconcile you to himself, and assure you and grant you eternal life. Now, my request, my plea to you, members of the City Council, is that you do what is right and just and end the slaughter of unborn children in this city. Roe v. Wade is not, quote-unquote, the law of the land. It was a court decision, a wicked one at that. Stop following unjust laws that allow for the slaughter of unborn children. Instead, submit to the authority of God's law and stand for and in defense of every human life in this city. You, the council members of the city of Iowa City, you have the authority and the moral obligation to ignore the ruling of the Supreme Court, ban abortion, and close the abortuaries in this city, and render Iowa City a community where every human being has value, where every human life, inside and outside of the womb, matters. As you consider this evening what you will do about puppies, please consider what you will do on behalf of people who are being murdered in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Nick Rowland, and I am one of the pastors of Grace Fellowship Church in Davenport, Iowa. I am here tonight because babies are murdered in Iowa City. 4 days a week at both Planned Parenthood and Emma Goldman, babies are murdered in their mother's wombs. Immediately upon conception, a baby has its own DNA. The baby starts growing rapidly, and 22 days after conception, the baby's heart starts beating. By the 8th week of the pregnancy, the baby has a head, a brain, and a spinal cord, arms and legs, and fingers and toes. A medical abortion is available up to the 8th week after conception. In a medical abortion, the woman visits an abortion mill and ingests pills containing mifepristone, also known as RU-486. This drug blocks the action of the hormone called progesterone, which is naturally produced by the mother's body to enable the mother to sustain and nourish the pregnancy. When RU-486 blocks progesterone, the lining of the mother's uterus breaks down, cutting off blood and nourishment to the baby, who then dies inside the mother's womb. So, the baby is murdered by cutting off its blood supply and food. Then another pill is taken to expel the dead baby from the mother's womb. In Romans chapter 13, verse 1, God's word says, "Let every soul be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and the authorities that exist are appointed by God." This council has been appointed by God. Your participation in this council has been appointed by God. God's word goes on to say in verse 4, "For he," the governing authority, "is God's minister to you for good. But if you do evil, be afraid, for he does not bear the sword in vain, for he is God's minister, an avenger to execute wrath on him who practices evil." Your job as a government official appointed by God is to do good by protecting the defenseless and punishing evildoers. Therefore, as a minister of God's word, I call on you today to submit yourselves to the Lord Jesus Christ, who will judge the living and the dead and make the vile practice of abortion illegal in Iowa City. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi.
My name is Stephanie Catlett, bringing it back to the animals here. Want to thank the council for considering the community cats ordinance. I'm a resident of Iowa City, East Side. Had a couple of feral cats in my yard recently and called the shelter, only to find out that if I did trap and bring the kitties in, that they would be euthanized. So I was kind of shocked to hear that that was our city policy, and I'm grateful that you guys are considering the trap, neuter, release ordinance. I think it's the more humane approach to animal population control here in our city, so thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Melissa Beisker, and I'm here on behalf of Johnson County Humane Society. We fully support TNR, and we also have funding to support the spay and neuter of feral cats in our community. Any Johnson County member of the community can bring in a cat to our local spay and neuter clinic, and we can fund and support vaccinations and safely release the animal and control overpopulation in our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Throgmorton, distinguished members of this City Council. Thank you for your attention this evening. My name is Mike Reed. I pastor a church in Davenport, Iowa, Grace Fellowship Church. I'm here today to appeal to your consciences and to your responsibility to protect the people that God has providentially placed under your care. The God-given obligation you have to punish evil and protect the people you govern. I want to alert you of a regular unlawful practice that takes place in Iowa City, one that you may or may not be fully aware of. The unlawful practice I'm alerting you to is the systematic practice of murder happening every week in this city. We all know that murder is wrong. We know that because God gave us a conscience. We know that human beings made in the image of God, with the ability to logic, reason, and love, with souls that will live forever, are valuable and ought not be killed by another human being. The type of murder I'm speaking of has been labeled abortion. What is true is that we were all at one time in our mother's womb, and we all developed from a very small human being to the size we are today. And we, in God's goodness, were not taken to be slaughtered at any time during that development. That is not true for over 1,000 babies per year that are in Iowa City that are taken to Planned Parenthood and Emmett Goldman and put to death. Whether in the first trimester by RU-486, which cuts off the nutrition supply, or suction curettage, which is where the cervix is dilated by a group of instruments, and then a powerful suction tube with a knife-like edge on the tip is inserted into the uterus. The suction or vacuum dismembers the unborn child and sucks her body parts out of the womb. The abortionist finishes by using the tool to remove the placenta, blood, and amniotic fluid. In the second and third trimesters, you have dilation and evacuation, or a D&E. It's also known as dismemberment abortion, preferred for second trimester procedure. The cervix is dilated so grasping forceps can be inserted into the uterus. At this stage in development, the child's bones have begun hardening, making dismembering the child through suction or scraping difficult. The abortionist uses the forceps to tear off parts of the child, first the arms and legs, followed by the torso. The child's head is often too large to be removed from the womb, so the abortionist must crush the skull before removal. When the procedure is over, the abortion clinic staff will attempt to reassemble the body parts to make sure none were left in the uterus. These are heinous forms of murder. You know it and I know it. We know there's no good way to kill a baby. We know that because God has given us a conscience and informs us, thou shalt not murder. You must listen to God and not to the culture around you. Now, if you are listening, you might be thinking, even if it is murder, which I may have convinced myself it isn't, what are we to do about it? Roe versus Wade made it against federal law for a state or by extension a county or city to restrict a woman from having an abortion, as would be a violation of her rights given in the 14th Amendment. So if it is true, what can you do? You can do the same thing you have already done as a city council. Back in January of 2017 and doubled down in April of 2018 concerning sanctuary city status. You can practically go against the federal government on a law you see is not to be followed, the way you did concerning complying with federal immigration laws by not using city resources to enforce the law concerning illegal immigrants. By a 7-0 vote, this council supported the resolution that stated it's not the responsibility of local police to aid in federal immigration efforts. There's clearly a precedent that this council has set. Mayor Throckmorton, you were quoted back then as saying, we, quote, "We intend to keep Iowa City a safe and welcoming place for all its residents and visitors." Maybe you should say the same about helpless, innocent children who are being murdered in this city. You vowed to keep a safe and welcoming place for all. While I believe it could be argued whether we ought to protect those who are in the country illegally or not, it absolutely cannot be argued that human beings should be protected from being murdered as a matter of course in this city. You are accountable before God for the murder that takes place on your watch. It must end. I have 2 instructions for you this evening. 1, protect the unborn human beings that will die soon if you do not act. Make a resolution that goes against the federal law that allows for murder and make this a sanctuary city for the unborn. You can do that. You've done that before. 2, and more importantly, turn away from your sin of denying God's sovereignty, one of which sins is being culpable of the murder of children. Beg God for mercy, the mercy that is found in Christ alone. Beg for mercy, turn from your sin, and put your faith and trust in the risen Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. How many other people want to speak? Okay, it's 4 minutes till 8. We ordinarily stop community comment period at 8 o'clock. And if anybody wants to speak after that time, we have to work our way through the rest of the meeting in order to do that.
Can I extend it for another 15 minutes?
If the council agrees to do that. Sure.
Hello.
All right. I see nodding heads, so we'll extend the period for 15 minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks for having me.
Could you state your name, please?
Oh, sorry. My name is Massimo Peixoto Biggers, and I'm a 14-year-old, and I attend Southeast Junior High. I'm into this will be the 8th week of my strike for climate action. Joining students from around the world, I refuse to go to school on Fridays until adults take real action on climate change. I agree with Swedish student Greta Thunberg. No more excuses. My friends and I have asked the school board to cut CO2 emissions by 50% in our daily operations, put solar in our schools, and provide all students with a climate education curriculum. I'm here to ask the same from you. Scientists tell us that we have a climate emergency. If the UN Council of World Scientists tells us that we need to cut CO2 emissions by 50% in the next 11 years and reach zero emissions by 2050, in order for my generation to have a livable planet, why aren't we doing it? And as we know, our president really isn't doing much about this. So states and cities are stepping up to the task. If your house is on fire, would you just sit there and thank Mid-American Energy for boosting its wind energy and not drop everything to find a solution? Where are the bike lanes to any of our schools, except Alexander? Why aren't any of these new buildings in town required to have zero emissions with renewable energy? That's what our cities do. That's what other cities do, sorry. If scientists say we need to capture CO2 emissions that have been depleted from our soils, then why aren't you paying people to plant millions of trees? Why don't you pay young farmers to grow food locally? My school took a field trip to the Global Farm at the Johnson County Poor Farm today. It was great to see how immigrants are helping Iowa City learn about healthy food. There are more garden plots at the Global Farm than you have added in all of Iowa City over the past 3 years. Can't you do better? Since I've started my strike, there has been record flooding in western Iowa and eastern Iowa. I do rowing and I haven't been able to get on the water except for the past 2 weeks. And there have been 2 historic cyclones in Mozambique, leaving millions without homes. Vietnam had a record heat wave. And yesterday the UN released a report that 1 million species are on the verge of extinction, threatening our entire food system. As our city leaders, do you really think you're doing everything to save our future? Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. My name is Carla Pachotto. I'm Massimo's mother. I'm here speaking as a mother who wants to protect her offsprings and their future, and I'm here to sincerely ask you for your help. We all know we have roughly a decade to radically change our ways in order to stem the worst of climate chaos. The era of delay is over. The era of slow, incremental, lackluster climate plans is over. Adaptation to a failed system is not adaptation, it's failure. Climate change and mass extinctions, as Massimo mentioned, can no longer be agenda items. They're happening now, and increasingly so. And they must serve as a framework for everything we do in the city. Time is up. We can no longer champion disingenuous climate plans based on volunteer efforts to recycle, change light bulbs, eat less meat on Mondays, or carpool with co-workers that willingly cross a bridge to the future that everyone now knows is on the verge of collapse. We can't support climate plans that have no binding ordinances, no enforcement procedures, or accountable partners. Calling for a 45% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030 to avert further catastrophe, the IPCC climate action recommendation should be a clarion call for every town to halt the business as usual models and envision urban planning for a new era. We can no longer continue with the delusional planning that somehow doing less bad or less harm is sustainable. Instead, we must actively break from our dependence on fossil fuels and rebuild our local economies in ways that restore our relationship with nature and regenerate the ecosystems we depend on. At this point, this is a moral imperative of our times. We cannot ignore it any longer. We are in the midst of a climate emergency. So the question here is about you as our city leaders that we help support and we help elect. Are you up to the task? Are you ready to do whatever it takes to find solutions and enact carbon neutral initiatives for building, energy, transportation, local food, waste, and soil carbon sequestration? Can you look at yourself in the mirror? Can you look at your children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, and any other child that you encounter on the street and honestly tell yourself and them that starting tomorrow, you're going to work to drastically change the city's policies and practices to tackle the climate crisis? It's an honest question. All of you know we are on the verge of catastrophe. It's not an ideological point anymore. It's not a political issue. It's the reality of what we're living, of our current life. Are you up to the task? I personally, I'm very, very disappointed on what's happened in the last 4 years. And I'm really wondering why you haven't been up to the task. You have the intellectual ability, you have incredible resources, intellectual, professional resources to have changed this city. There's no excuse. How can you find other excuses? I'm personally, really sincerely asking, who are you benefiting? You're not benefiting yourself and us and our future. I'm really puzzled by the fact that nothing is happening of great significance in this city. Just to complete, my little speech, as 17-year-old Greta Thunberg is repeating ad nauseum, telling us adults over and over, our house is on fire, and we and you have run out of excuses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carla. Good evening, Jeff.
Hey, Jim.
Long
It's
time.
8:04. Mine clocks in
long time no
at
see.
3 minutes.
Yep.
And I love the 100 grannies and grandpas. Thank you so much for coming. Three years ago, I said I would never come back here because I put most of you in office. I held your fundraisers. I was the only person who would knock on doors on election day for you. I wrote campaign speeches for people. But my kid is doing a climate strike. He refuses to go to school. And we live in one of the greatest cities in America. And we have a climate plan that sucks, in his words. So I'm here for Massimo. I'm here for the grannies. I'm here to ask you 3 things in 3 minutes and 2 seconds. 1, that tonight, somehow, you find the wherewithal to discuss among yourselves that you must declare a climate emergency, like cities across the world are doing, like the UK Parliament has done, that you can do it. And we know resolutions are meaningless, like our regenerative city resolution, but you can come up with the words that we have a climate emergency, and you're willing now to move forth in a new era. Number 2, I ask that you vote to revamp your climate action plan, that it has to meet new benchmarks. It's already outdated 6 months into it. It is not even near what the IPCC requires us to do, and you know that. And 3, we need to hire new staff who are up to the task, as Carla says. We believe there's a climate emergency. We believe yesterday's UN study that we are entering a period of mass extinctions. The IPCC report is clear. We have to cut carbon emissions within a decade by nearly 50% and 0 emissions by 2050 if Massimo is going to have a future. There's no question. And New York City just announced they're doing it. New York City has put in 17 major laws and ordinances to move forward. Massive fines on buildings. Boulder, hundreds of cities across the country are doing this now. They're rising to the challenge. Today, the C40 group that Jim is a part of just agreed to net zero standards for all new buildings by 2030. That is mind-boggling. But the truth is, Vancouver has already been doing that since 2016. All new building, net zero. And we have skyscrapers going up on this town. We go away for a sabbatical, and we come back to another country here, and it's great, and I can just hear those tax revenues clinking, and we're making so much dough off these high-rises, and there's great density. But do they meet these incredible net zero standards? Is there renewable energy? Is there geothermal? Are you following what Martha Norbeck told you about energy efficiency? You know, 4 years ago, we put together an amazing climate plan that precisely met the IPCC requirements. 4 years ago, we did that. And your staff didn't even return our calls or emails. You wouldn't even talk to us. And so we go and we work in other cities. So this is the truth. Your climate plan is too little and too late. You know that. Your assistant city manager told the committee it was a community failure. Your plan is half of what IPC requires. It's half of what Dubuque is doing. And 95% of your plan relies on non-city actions. You're just waiting for Mid-America, which is amazing. Mid-America had a record year. Last week, 88% win. Now it's back down to about 51 tonight. But that's what you're relying on. 90% of your plan is basically Mid-America and shutting down the coal-fired plant. And you don't even talk about the fact that the coal-fired plant is doubling its natural gas. The truth is, greenhouse gases have increased by 3% in Iowa last year, despite Mid-American. It's going up, twice as the rest of the nation. Think about where we live. We need to capture 70% of the carbon stock of our soils that we have lost. This is Iowa, for Christ's sake. We've lost our native prairie. So what do you need to do? Dubuque yesterday at their city council meeting hired a new climate action person because the sustainability person was too busy. And now they're moving forward. Great idea. The problem is your staff is not up to the task, and you know that. We've known it for years. We're just too nice to say anything. You know, in December of 2016, Rockne, you asked the sustainability coordinator right here, how does our plan compare to other cities? And she said, I don't know. She came to a meeting to vote on the climate action plan, and she hadn't even done her homework. And that week, there were 3 op-eds talking about all these other great programs in the state of Iowa that were better than ours. You need to go to Cedar Rapids and steal Eric Holthaus. He's our former wonderkind from the University of Iowa, and he's head of their sustainability in Cedar Rapids, and he's being unleashed. He would be an amazing kid to run your climate action plan here. He has the street smarts, the sense of urgency. He has the chutzpah to bring us together as a family and a community, to know that it's the people who are the poorest who are going to be affected with food, with electricity rates, with vector-borne diseases, with flooding. You need to bring someone like Eric on board to do this. And you need to hold your city manager accountable, that he has to enact a revamped climate action plan that meets the IPCC standards, or find someone who can. And this begins with tonight. That deep in your heart, deep somewhere, you realize you have to look at yourself and say, we're in a climate emergency. And I can't put on Twitter, it grieves me that we're facing mass extinction if I'm not doing everything I can for our children's future. Thank you so much. It's 11 after. Appreciate you giving us extra time. Thanks, Jim. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, I'm assuming no one else wants to speak. All right. So we can move to item 11, planning and zoning matters. 11A, rezoning south of Interstate 80, west of North Dubuque Street, and east of Mackinac Drive, commonly referred to as Forest View. This is an ordinance conditionally rezoning approximately 73.15 acres of property located south of Interstate 80, west of North Dubuque Street, and north of Foster Road from interim development, single-family residential, low-density single-family residential, low-density multifamily residential, and high-density to OPD RS-12 for 50.82 acres, highway commercial with a planned development overlay, OPD CH1 for 20.45 acres, and neighborhood public with a planned development overlay, OPD P1 for 1.88 acres. Okay, so before you speak, at our last meeting on April the 23rd, we continued the public hearing to tonight. In a minute, I will reopen the public hearing and ask Ann to summarize a memo she presented to us, I think focusing on changes made to the proposed conditional zoning agreement since our April 23rd meeting. I will then open the floor to anyone who wants to speak about this proposed rezoning. So there are two key questions. One has to do whether the developer has signed the conditional zoning agreement. It's my understanding that the developer has signed that agreement. And it's my understanding that there is a petition, but the petition does not rise to the level that requires a supermajority vote. So after the last person speaks on this topic, I'm going to ask our council members whether they are inclined to support or agree with recommendations that came from the Planning and Zoning Commission to approve the rezoning. If a majority of the council says yes, we are inclined to agree, I will close the public hearing, and we will have a discussion about how to respond and vote. So, Ann, I got to open the public hearing, though. So, okay, I'm going to open the public hearing.
Okay. Good evening, Ann Russett with Neighborhood and Development Services. As the mayor mentioned, I have a few slides. I'd just like to outline the memo that I wrote to the city manager that was in your agenda packet. First, I'd like to go through the changes to Lot 1. The map that you see here on the right of the screen shows the original plans for Lot 1, right off of North Dubuque Street, showing the gas station and the market. The applicant is currently working on updating the plans. The updated plans will remove the gas station and other proposed improvements on this lot and identify it as an outlot to be dedicated to the city for public open space. Staff is also recommending that Lot 1, as shown here on the map, be rezoned to neighborhood public. That is updated and reflected in the updated conditional zoning ordinance that's in your agenda packet. The zoning proposed for Outlot A would remain as highway commercial. The city does not have any specific plans for Lot 1 at this time, so at this time the lot will remain unimpacted. As the mayor mentioned, the applicant has signed the conditional zoning agreement, and there are several additional conditions that are included in there that I'd like to run through. First is that all exterior lighting located in the project area will be dark sky compliant with full cutoff fixtures. All exterior lighting will also contain LED or similar light bulbs. And there will be level 2 electric vehicle charging stations, 2 off-street parking spaces per building for lots 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, 14, and 15, which is 24 electric vehicle charging stations. Each manufactured home must have a foundation similar in appearance to the foundation of stick-built homes. The applicant has also agreed to purchase and install no more than 4 bus shelters for use within the project area. And then lastly, they've agreed to stripe the on-street parking area for both sides of Forest View Drive to delineate the parking lanes from the travel lanes. There were also some concerns raised regarding the landscaping plan. Staff did meet with the applicant and staff from Parks and Recreation. Park staff did not recommend any additional changes to the landscaping plan or increasing any of the sizes of the proposed tree plantings. Staff did revise the condition related to the approval and monitoring of the landscaping plan to also address surface parking areas. The applicant has prepared a presentation tonight that will address the landscaping plan in further detail. Also, as the mayor mentioned, a supermajority is not required, and at this time, staff recommends closing the public hearing and pursuing their first reading.
Thank you, Ann. Do council members have any questions for Ann? No. I don't hear any, so thanks. Jimmy, you going to speak next?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor Throgmorton, members of City Council, City staff, and respective citizens of Iowa City. I'm Jimmy Becker, serve as the developer on the project and work with Blackbird Investments, a Des Moines-based company. I'm here to represent the local owners of North Dubuque LLC and Forest View Tenant Association. On behalf on the ownership team and the co-applicant, I'm here this evening to request approval for rezoning of Forest View. In addition, I am here tonight to request for further consideration of the council to consolidate the second and third votes into one meeting, should a majority approval be reached tonight. There were two questions that came up out of our last discussion a couple weeks ago, one pertaining to the cross-sections along North Dubuque Street, and another regarding the tree canopies for the landscaping plan. So those are two items that I want to discuss and provide some further information on. And with respect to what Ann shared, this is an update of the map that has taken account of the gas station being removed. So the first visual of what we're looking at here is a cross-section, and just for those who were not here last a couple weeks ago, just to illustrate what it is that we're looking at. If you look over here on the bottom, this is North Dubuque Street. This is heading into Iowa City and out towards I-80. And this is an elevation map to illustrate what the landscape is and terrain from where North Dubuque Street lies to where our 40-foot buffer is, of which we've committed to where the future proposed building will be. So with respect to the terrain and trying to find the best way to provide buffer and a better understanding of visually what will be shown, this illustrates what Lot 4 will look like based on the proposed grading. And then this is just directly south where Lots 2 and 3 are. And so you have here, again, North Dubuque Street heading into Iowa City. The berm, which is natural buffer, along with the 40-foot tree buffer, and then the proposed buildings and the represented height of those buildings. We went ahead and grabbed a couple images off of Google Maps also to illustrate what it looks like today. This map was captured on September of 2016. And again, it's to illustrate the current berm that exists today. And so dropped a little guy and looked to the right, and then I have one here representing looking to the left. There's some additional images that were taken by our consultant, Impact 7G, just to further illustrate the existing berm as it is today that will be unimpacted. So again, what we're looking at with those cross sections is this area right here. This is Lot 2, Lot 3, and Lot 4. Were there any questions specific to the cross sections and elevations?
So that was the horizontal and vertical scale were the same on that?
Yeah, correct. The second item had to do with the tree canopies, and as Ann mentioned, City Forestry and city staff met with Impact 7G last week to discuss this, and it was a consensus to recommend the 1.5-inch caliper trees, and the reasons being that they are more readily available, they locally have a higher survivability rate, they become established more quickly, and ultimately result in larger trees in the landscape, all of which we want to be in consideration of as we have looked to maintain that Forest View development. It's our shared goal with the residents of Forest View to commence construction as soon as possible. As Ann mentioned, and Mayor Throgmorton, a big step was accomplished with the execution of the conditional zoning agreement earlier this week. That document incorporated your feedback with respect to the feedback from the citizens of Iowa City, and also demonstrates our commitment to creating a sustainable Forest View. The next big step we hope to accomplish this evening is a positive first vote. And I'd like to make myself available to any further questions that you may have at this time. Thank you. God bless.
Jimmy, I do have a question for you. We have received a fair amount of email and the like from members of Project Green concerning trees and other forms of vegetation they have planted along North Dubuque Street. And if I read the emails correctly, they worry that that what they've planted would be torn down or demolished by the project. So can you speak to that? Do you know if those plantings will be damaged or not?
I'm going to invite the consulting team Impact 7G, who worked with Project Green.
Okay. Please state your name when you come back up, please. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Judy Joyce with Impact 7G. I'm the environmental consultant working with the development team addressing environmental concerns and native vegetation. I was going to bring up, I believe that the vegetation Project Green is talking about is on this side of the berm that faces Dubuque Street. I'm going to show some pictures here. The only area that we'll be cutting through that berm or disturbing that berm is where Forest View Drive comes out to Dubuque Street. The rest of that will remain, and then an additional 40-foot buffer.
That's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure.
Mayor, can I excuse me, jump in real quick? We do have the trail extension plan for that DOT right-of-way, so coming out of Forest View, heading north to Dubuque towards the pedestrian bridge that was built over the interstate recently. And then at this time, I think it's also undetermined whether that southbound turn lane will still be needed with the removal of the gas station, so southbound Dubuque, turning right into Forest View. We're moving ahead like it still will be required by the DOT, but certainly the removal of the gas station prompts us to go back and check with the DOT to see if that's still going to be a requirement of the permit. The trail work will have an impact on that right-of-way. It's not designed now. I can't tell you exactly what impact it'll have, but it could be that some of those plantings are impacted. So if there's a goal to not touch those at all, we need to consider removal of that trail segment to the north.
Speaking for myself, it seems to me it'd be helpful to have some consultation with Project Green to see what's possible and what's not. And
I think as we get into the design of the trail, we would certainly reach out to them. They've asked that question of me directly, and we just don't have anything to share with them at this time. We're not that far along with the designs of the trail, but absolutely they've been a great partner. They've invested a lot of money, a lot of hours up here, and we would consult with them.
any other questions for Joyce or Jimmy? Were you finished? Yeah. Or for Jimmy?
And I'll be available for questions if you have them.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Judy. I called you Joyce, didn't I? Thank you.
Your first name.
Okay. Would anybody else like to address this topic? Good evening.
Hi. You've had some pretty fancy speakers here tonight. My name is Ursula Ferrier, and I am not one of them. I have lots of really good ideas, and I'm passionate, but I don't talk well. So please forgive me. I wanted to address this topic because I am currently a graduate student at the University of Iowa, Department of Urban and Regional Planning. My focus is in housing and community development and nonprofit management. Recently, we worked on, ironically enough, as was spoken about earlier tonight, the Climate Action Plan. We're working with Brenda Nations and currently fleshing out the the ways to handle it, to the ways to actually work on the climate action plan. This project itself speaks directly to furthering that plan. In the fourth section of the action plan, it speaks about helping vulnerable communities and providing better housing and getting ready for climate changes that are up and coming. To take people and move them from non-manufactured homes to manufactured homes, where the manufactured homes are actually subject to government inspection, you're already upgrading them and helping them considerably. The second part of this is that I would like to say I really hope that this area actually, this area is actually part of what is considered a food desert. If you have to walk more than a half mile to get to fresh produce or groceries, it's considered a food desert. Last semester we had a colleague who actually worked with a plan, a report on the Peninsula neighborhood where we found that there's actually nowhere for people to get food without driving almost 3 miles to the nearest grocery store. So when you do approve this project, I would really like to kind of plug a local mom and pop or some type of a market for the people who are going to be living in this area and who are currently living in this area. Because when it's extremely cold outside and extremely hot, and they're going to progressively be getting worse and worse very, very soon, you don't want your children having to go out onto the highway on their bikes to get to the nearest grocery store. So if we could possibly put that into some type of stipulation with the mixed use rezoning, it would be amazing if they could have access to food. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ursula. Anyone else? Good evening.
Hi, I'm Deb Tomey, and I'm with Idlewild. And we've been coming for over 2 years now, and we've been in support of this project. The only thing that we have asked through this whole project is that our water diversion project be finished before this project starts. And I'm being told that our project will probably not even start until probably late fall. So I would just like that to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Mi nombre es Margarita Baltasar.
Hello, good evening. My name is Margarita Baltasar.
Presidenta de la Asociación de Forest View.
Forest View President Association.
Y como saben, aquí estamos siguiendo en la lucha por nuestro sueño. No estamos bajando la guardia, queremos seguir adelante.
As you know, we are here today to continue our dream, and we are not give up, and we continue the fight to achieve our dream.
Hemos trabajado mucho.
We have worked hard.
Y lo único que pedimos es que necesitamos que el proyecto avance. Nuestras casas son viejas y es la esperanza, el futuro de nuestros hijos, la esperanza de personas mayores.
So the only thing that we ask is that please move forward with the project. Right, our home are not in good shape. They're all houses, and then we want to have a new home for our kids and families.
Porque varios niños me preguntaron la semana antepasada que qué va a pasar con las casas, que si el proyecto se da, que están ilusionados de tener nuevas casas, que quieren un lugar más mejor y entonces me preguntan y yo les digo, sí, vamos adelante. Entonces no quiero apagar esa emoción, ese sueño de esos niños.
Because kids are asking in the neighborhood, right, when we're going to have our home, and then it's been 3 years waiting for home. So so Margarita said, she wants to continue with that flame to be, up and don't kill that dream for the kids to have a home.
lo único que pido, que avancemos con este proyecto. Estoy aquí para soportar nuestro proyecto porque es el proyecto de Forest View.
The only reason I'm here today is just to ask you to support this project.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Margarita. Good evening.
Hi. Hi, my name's Donna Davis. Hi again, my name's Donna Davis. My husband and I live at Forest View Trailer Court. My friend Margarita asked if I would speak tonight, and I said I didn't know what I could say that I haven't already said several times, so bear with me. You already know that we're all wonderful people, and our kids are great too, and we're hardworking, and everything good you could say about us. But basically, we're afraid that if we don't stand up and speak, you'll only be hearing from the people who are against this. So we feel compelled to come here every time and say what we have to say. So again, thank you for bearing with us. We've been working hard on this for 3 years, and we hope you'll vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Wilf Nixon. I'm a resident of Iowa City, and I live in the general area up north of Foster Road, just off Mackinac Drive. I've expressed to you before some of my concerns, and I'm deeply gratified that you listened. You didn't always do what I hoped you would do, but you have always listened and taken it into account, and I greatly appreciate that. I do understand, in the words of Jagger and Richards, that you can't always get what you want. But I've also been very impressed by the discussion we've had in these open meetings. The strength and commitment of the Forest View Association has been quite wonderful to see, and clearly they've achieved a very great level of self-actualization, which is good and speaks well to the strength of their community and hopefully our wider community going forward. I still have two concerns. I'm not sure you can do anything about them, but I'm going to share them. The first concerns the trees. We heard speaking earlier tonight some very passionate about concerns relating to climate change. I know that there are limits to what you can do when you are redeveloping an area, but I am concerned that mature trees will be cut down and replaced with young or immature trees. That's a step backward for us. If there is a way in the process of development to not clear-cut things, and I appreciate that's difficult, but if there is a way, it would be marvelous if that could be done. The second relates to this somewhat. I still have a concern about the proposed single-family housing. I'll be honest and say it really just looks very regimented. It's a series of, what was the song? Little boxes, and they all look just the same. There are other ways in which we could have planned that area. They needn't have been crammed together as closely as they are. And I think part of the limitation that we ran into there, we collectively, was the zoning regulations. There are zoning solutions, things called pocket neighborhoods, I don't know if that's an option for us here in Iowa City. But if they aren't, if our zoning regulations led us to this solution, then we find ourselves in a situation where we are ruled by the zoning instead of the zoning meeting our needs. No one more than I wants to see the people who are currently in Forest View relocated into good homes that they can one day own. I would rather they were homes with a basement. I would rather they were modular rather than manufactured, or whatever the right terms are. I think we know that some people are concerned they look a little bit like mobile homes, even though they're not. There are better solutions out there, and I think we've been constrained away from those by the zoning solutions. I don't expect you to be able to address or deal with those tonight, but in the spirit of sharing and thanking you for taking part in what I know has been a somewhat bruising process, thank you for listening to us and for taking these things into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilf. Anyone else?
Sorry. Ponte ahí, por favor. I told Zulay to put her name. I will ask tomorrow for that. Okay, vámonos.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Please speak into the microphone, okay?
Okay. My name is Zulay Flores. Vivo en Forest View. Y bueno, he estado en este gran proyecto que ha apoyado la ciudad, que ha apoyado la asociación de la organización que hemos hecho como urbanización.
I live in Forest View, and I see I'm part of the association, and I've been seeing the support from the city, and then for the association as well.
Sí, tenemos que tener presente que todas las partes se han oído.
Thank you.
Se han oído.
Okay. So we want to make sure that all the players been their voice been listened.
La prueba está de que estamos en reuniones, nos dan sugerencias, ustedes reciben sugerencias, nosotros damos sugerencias o aportamos conocimientos tan solo pequeños, pero sí podemos aportarlos. Y otras personas a nuestro alrededor, como son los vecinos, aportan también. Sí tenemos necesidades de árboles, necesitamos.
So the proof is that in the conversation is flew about this issue, right? All the parents have been talking, and then you as a city council, the association, even the neighborhood and the resident has been spoke about and has expressed their suggestion.
Se han dado soluciones por las aguas, el fluir de las aguas. La preocupación de las lluvias, de todas las partes, de verdad que sí se han tomado en consideración y nos han tomado en consideración la ciudad.
So they have provided suggestions for the rain, for the water, for the sewer, and you have considered those suggestions as well.
A mi particular opinión, creo que es un proyecto que va a traer cosas buenas a la ciudad, o más aporte a la ciudad a nivel económico, a nivel social, a nivel, o en todos los sentidos, de verdad.
She's saying, in my particular view, it's going to bring economic and social prosperity.
Ya. Entonces, bueno, queremos tan solo que nos sigan oyendo, dándole también las gracias a todas las partes que se han unido en este proyecto y que yo creo que sí se va a lograr porque es beneficio para todos. Gracias, buenas noches.
So we want to say thank you for listen to us, and then and hope that we can get the approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Quenby Murphy, and I live off of Foster Road. And I wanted to start by applauding the decision to take the gas station out of the proposal. That is a huge relief to me and lots of people that I know. I think it's fairly likely that the proposal might pass. And I'm really excited about the fact that the affordable housing is going to be a solution for people who need it. My two biggest concerns at this point still remain the loss of the woodland and the trees, and just the general aesthetic and feel of the neighborhood that will be so impacted with the commercialism, especially of the neighborhood. I don't know if it's too late at this point, but I would just really urge you to consider if there is a way to still address those concerns and continue forward with the proposal, particularly with just thinking about what the character of the neighborhood and the feel is going to be going forward, because so much of that will be irreversible once it goes into place. Thank you.
Thank you, Quenby. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Nixon, and I have written to all of you. And I would like to say thank you that you have removed the gas station. That is a huge relief, particularly for our neighbours who have children who are concerned just generally about interstate traffic coming into a gas station. Gas stations on interstates don't have very good reputations, so that's a very good thing. I know we came into this very late because we moved into the area only in October, so we are really late into this, and I am sorry that we could not be involved really in the planning earlier, like 3 years ago, because I think there was an opportunity here to really look at affordable housing so that it could be blended with any kind of neighborhood. There are inexpensive modular housings built in Iowa that go on basements, or even looking at the Paddocks in the southeast of Iowa City, which is all manufactured homes. They don't have basements. I don't think they do. At least the one my daughter looked at didn't. But they are designed in such a way that they look like a neighborhood, and you don't know that they are manufactured homes. And I feel that this project could have really been an example of how you can bring affordable housing into any kind of development. And unfortunately, the plans that we have seen, it is going to look like a trailer home park. I know that it's not, and I'm sorry about that, but it's going to look like that. And so that's my first thing. And the second thing is, I do feel that the neighbours, particularly on Algonquin and Flint and Mission Point, would like some guarantee from the council that there will be some kind of rules put in place that it does not deteriorate as their current residences have deteriorated. Some of them are going to remain rental. Not everyone's going to buy it. What guarantees have the existing neighborhood where it's going to be moved? What guarantees are they going to have that this is not going to deteriorate and these houses are not going to become dilapidated and neglected 15, 20 years down the road? So those are my only two concerns, but I'm very glad that the project is moving forward. I think that's a good thing. And I think maybe, I don't know, maybe think a bit wider in a more creative way for affordable housing, because there are options out there that don't look like trailers on concrete slabs. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Good evening.
I'm going to write my name. I'm going to be careful with this. My name is Margarita Rodriguez, and I'm more than sure you all know me. Good evening. First of all, I want to say Happy Mother's Day to everybody that's mothers. It's going to be Sunday, the 12th. Anyway, I want to say, I know we've been here before, and I'm more than sure you all know me by now. I was trying to say, I want to say that I know a lot of people are concerned about the trees and stuff like that, but you all know about the weather, you know how bad it is and stuff like that. And some of the trees that you'll see if you walk through it, their branches or stem already down. So if some of the trees will be eliminated, they'll probably be taking the old ones and putting new ones. I mean, I don't know too much about things like this, but I know that there are a lot of trees that are knocked down. And like I said before, if I had a USB, I would plug it in your computer and show some of the trees out there. But anyway, like I said, also, if I was a cop, I would stop a lot of people going through the street there, coming off the interstate and going about 40 miles down and braking real fast on the light right there. Or maybe people coming from the Peninsula or from the golf cars, and when they want to turn right, they turn right, and they don't even acknowledge the sign saying no right turn on red light. And if I was a cop, like I said before, I would go after them, but I'm not. So I'm going to stay out of that. Anyway, you all know there's been, 3 years, a little bit more after 3 years, and I think a lot of people in our neighborhood are really anxious to get their place. I know I am. I really would like to have a washer and dryer and not go out on the bad weather to go to the laundromat or, and pursue my future, with my grandkids, my GG kids, But like I said before, it all depends on y'all, how you guys going to vote. And I know that you guys will vote. And I'm very perceptive in the behalf and everything else. I really appreciate this moment and to get up here and to see you all again. And I hope you all make a good decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Margarita. Anyone else? Okay, I don't see anybody else, so I'm going to ask our council members if you are inclined to vote in accordance with the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation. Nods. All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing.
Move first consideration.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Cole. Discussion.
I'd just like to start out, I think I first met with Eddie Cole about 4 years ago, probably, maybe longer, when he called me and wanted me to come out and kind of look at what his vision was for this area out here. And he had spent years basically putting together this large parcel of land to make it possible to do what's encompassed in this entire project. And I think it's even more critical when we look at this in today's environment with what is happening with trailer parks around the country and even in this area. So he's worked hard, and everything that I have seen and heard, he has been one of those people who's really cared about and taken care of the residents in his parks and really envisioned something better for them. You don't do that without putting together a project that entails a lot of other things, because it takes money to do that. And it takes a substantial amount of money. Some people have talked about the fact that they don't think that we should do any commercial development at the intersection of the interstate and Dubuque Street. And I disagree with that, and I think what I'm really pleased with is when we look at this project, and maybe we're just really fortunate that that berm has been there for so long as you come down Dubuque Street, that what we're going to be able to have is a project that as you come down Dubuque Street, we are still going to have the aesthetics that are there now. With the woodlands and the trees, that berm helps shield an awful lot of that. We'll have the 40-foot buffer with the trees, et cetera. I would also say that I'm sure nobody in this process has probably gotten everything that they wanted. Some people have commented about the new residential area and wishing that, maybe the houses were spread out a little bit more, had a little more space, had a basement. I totally agree. But it also comes down to the money. And how do you put all of these pieces together? And I think what Mr. Cole has managed to do is bring together a development team with the expertise and the finances, et cetera, to put those, to bring the money in, to provide those residential spaces. And yes, there's compromises in terms of the trees that are coming out, obviously putting new trees in. But I think when you look at the whole project, I think it's a project that we'll be able to look at, in 10 or 20 years and say, this is a good project for Iowa City, a good project for the residents of not only that area, but for the whole community. So I will definitely support this.
Who's next?
I can go next. I just want to say that I am very pleased to see this project is finally coming to the point that we can vote for it and move forward. I also want to I'm impressed by the cooperation between the developer and the Forest View residents, over 3 years. And I know that they have monthly meeting. Every month they meet together and discuss every single details. That's really, to me, is really setting the standard and the bar very high for another developer to come and do the same thing. I definitely supporting this, and I'm happy to see that happening. I know that the design for the affordable housing will come separately by us. Maybe at that moment we can talk about the design more, and maybe we can lead some people in the surrounding the community that they ask about many things. And also, I have a question for, I guess, our city attorney. I never saw this on the, I know this is coming any rezoning item. What is it? Yeah. I know anytime we do rezoning, there is a legal piece that have the description of every single detail, like the long legal document that you have it on by capital letters. Mm-hmm. Like when you read through this, maybe because this project is very interesting to me, that's why I go through a whole thing. And I just figured out that you want us to approve this and to make sure it's accurate. But if I voted for it today, how can I know this is accurate? And do I have to am I really be held accountable if it's not being accurate?
In the legal description, you mean?
Yeah. Well, I really don't understand that, to tell you the truth,
The legal description is accurate. If there is some small, minor inaccuracy, that's not going to be a problem. If there's a big inaccuracy, we would have to redo it, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
But that's not, you mean that's in standard thing, you just plug it there in each
this is what every zoning ordinance looks like. It's a description of the real estate that's being rezoned.
Yeah, a lot of words that I really have no idea what they are, but...
None of us do.
I thought you guys do, and I feel like, oh my gosh, I need to learn something here, but
we rely on the attorneys for that.
Okay, then. All right, that's all I have, and I'm glad to support this 100 million percent. Okay.
this project has taken a really, really long time, and it seems that I'm impressed because each time it comes before us, positive changes have been made entirely over the 3 years. There's always been something very positive that changed, and with that, the plan improves each time, too, and becomes more thoughtful as time passes, and I think that's really evident. I know there are still a lot of concerns and some things, as Mazahir mentioned and someone in the audience mentioned, with the design of those modular homes. I would hope maybe we could have some input, because I, too, would like to see a little variety. From the photos we saw, they all kind of seemed the mirror image of each other, and it would be nice to see a little bit of variety. But other than that, I think it's going to be a good project.
Why I love this project so much is that I think what this demonstrates is growth with dignity. This demonstrates participatory economics. So often when we try to live up to our ideals, someone will sort of take you aside and say, you know what, that may sound nice in theory, but get real. This cannot really happen. You cannot make a project like this actually work in the real world. And that's why I want to thank the Blackbird team, Mr. Cole, and also the Forest View residents, because we are having a happy ending. But it's not because of what we did, it's because what you did through 3 years of hard work, negotiation. I know it was not easy. I know it was difficult at times. I know you had to make those numbers work, and I know you're still trying to probably figure out with the feedback we'll give you tonight how you're going to make that work, but I'm confident that you guys can. And I think what it does do is it sets a precedent that when we develop in this community, we are not going to develop to displace or where some people win and other people lose. We're going to have growth with dignity, and the residents themselves are going to be the co-applicant on the rezoning application. Like, we cannot take that for granted that happened. The residents themselves are the co-applicant, and I think that's just a testament to all of you. And in terms of I think some of the other residents, the Nixons, for example, I want to thank you too. I know sometimes your concerns were not that you didn't support the residents, but you had some valid concerns. We didn't get all of them. We were able to do the gas station, and I thank you for that participation. I think throughout this process, perhaps we were a little too laser focused sometimes on certain residents for obvious reasons, but I think you brought a focus to the surrounding area as well. And in terms of the trees, of course, we all love trees. We want an absolute minimum impact. We have wonderful staff that's going to make that happen. I'm confident that we can get that done. You know, it is near an interstate, so it is an area that is more likely to be developed. And of course, as Susan points out, with that commercial growth, that is what allows us to develop and allow that housing for the residents to the tune of, I think, $310 a month. Am I getting that right? I mean, wow. I mean, that's just incredible. I wish we could do that all the time. So needless to say, I'm going to be supporting it. Thank you.
Yeah, this is really a very interesting project, in its complexity and how it, I believe, this relocation of Forest View is an unprecedented aspect to such a development project of such a, significant scale. And so I think many of us have, that's the most tangible aspect of this project. I mean, we actually have met the neighbors who will be moving into their new homes. The rest of the project is a little bit more intangible in my view. It's more difficult for me to get a grasp of it. And there are a number of issues associated with the rest of the project. I think we've made, just in the period that it's been before us on council, some great strides on the commercial frontage along Dubuque Street, with the elimination of the gas station and the convenience store, and the possibility of what that lot may become. It's also somewhat vague right now. We know it will be public space, but it's a public space at the gateway into Iowa City. I think there may be opportunities for developing that into what I might call a wayside, where we might be able to introduce anyone who should visit that spot of what is just down the road. So I think there may be some interesting challenges and opportunities with how that space developed. We come very late in the process. This has been a very long process. If those of you who attended our last meeting, I raised a number of concerns. One of them being the fact that with this project, we're losing, I believe, something like 19.5 acres of woodland. I mean, that's a significant loss of natural area. And so one of my concerns was, we're losing all the value that has. And with the development, we're creating a significant amount of impervious surfaces with the development and the parking lots. So that was why I was so focused on, how can we, with the development areas, get better canopy cover in those areas which will generate the most runoff and also generate the most significant heat island effects with the development. So in my view, looking forward, there may be changes to the lot developments. They are somewhat, in my view, speculative, if that's the right word. We don't know what the buildings will look like. There's lots of issues there that I think may, at least in subtle ways, change, which may provide opportunities for changes to those lots as they develop. I've also, I won't go into the details of it, but raised concerns about traffic safety. There will be an extension of Algonquin that will affect the Mackinac neighbors and the residents along Algonquin. I want to make sure that their experience now, which is a relatively safe street because it doesn't run through, will be retained through the project, as well as with Forest View, that the new residents in their new location, or the residents in their new location, will also live along a safe street. So, there are a number of extraordinary accomplishments. I'm hoping as we move forward, there may be some refinements to address some of the issues which I was just describing, but as someone stated in the public or in the comments, we're moving forward. And that in itself, I think, is a great accomplishment with a project of this complexity.
I ditto everything that the counselors have said. I think the biggest thing that I want to just express is the appreciation for all the different voices coming together and expressing their concerns and support. And I think on a level for everybody, it was on you had both support and concern. And so I think a lot of that was thoughtfully processed with all parties involved. And I think for Iowa City in 10 years, as Susan states, we're going to look back and really appreciate this project.
Okay, well, I'll take an opportunity to express my own views about this. This is a very important and very complicated rezoning involving a number of major issues. And those of you who were here 3 years ago remember precisely how contentious the meeting was when we first discussed this. It was a really hostile meeting. So it's really pleasing to be in a situation where the hostility seems to have evaporated for good reasons. And those good reasons have to do with the energy and attention that the co-applicants and Blackbird and the neighbors and so on put into this project, trying to make it as good as it can possibly be. So some of the issues that pertain to this site that make it so important are in no necessarily special order. Housing assistance and relocation for the residents of the trailer court, that's a very big deal. Stormwater runoff and its potential effects on Idlewild just down the hill from this development. Secondary access to the Peninsula development and other neighborhoods west of Forest View. That's been a huge issue because when the river floods, they can't get into their neighborhoods, and that's if they can't get in for a long enough period of time, that puts their property at risk. Effects of the proposed project on existing woodland, wildlife, and the scenic entryway to Iowa City. When we discussed the Gateway project, meaning the elevation of Dubuque Street several years ago, we emphasized how important that gateway is to the city. It is probably the scenic, the most important gateway to the city. So what happens to that woodland just on the edge of North Dubuque Street matters. Another issue has to do with the effects of increased traffic on North Dubuque Street, the I-80 Dubuque Street interchange, and the neighborhoods that are immediately surrounding Forest View. And then there are concerns expressed by single-family neighbors who live to the west of the project and concerns by neighbors who live on the southeast edge of the project. All this stuff comes together into a tremendously complicated project, which people have worked on very hard, including our city staff, a large number of people on this project. So it's really impressive what they've been able to accomplish. I've supported the project ever since we first discussed it during a work session in November 3 years ago, and since we subsequently amended the comprehensive plan in August of 2017. However, the project changed considerably from what we were initially looking at to what it became as it worked its way through the rezoning process, and that's a challenging thing for it to go through the process. During this 18-month period, details about the proposed project and rezoning emerged. I personally grew especially concerned that the project's projected traffic volumes would significantly increase traffic congestion along North Dubuque and at the interchange with I-80. The uses intended for lots 1, 2, 3, and 4 would also signal to drivers that Iowa City is just another stop on the interstate, rather than a city with a very unique sense of place. And the project would depend very heavily on fossil fuel-powered motor vehicles, which would undermine our efforts to make a transition to a sustainable post-carbon future. Now, I think some of you were here during the public comment period when we got slammed pretty vigorously by 3 people who are good people, good residents of the city. But they're really upset about the lack of progress we've made with regard to climate action. I think there's merit, not full merit, but there's merit in their critique. But here, we had an opportunity to make an alteration to a project that would respond to the climate action needs that we have. So I'm very pleased to have been able to do that. So these concerns that I just mentioned led me to recommend specific changes pertaining to lighting, electric vehicle recharging stations, public transit service, and especially removing the gas station. The gas station constitutes something like 1/3 of all the traffic that would have been coming into the project. So given all this, and given what other people have said up here at the table, I'm very pleased that the revised conditional zoning agreement responds positively to most of those proposed changes, and I will therefore eagerly vote in favor of the rezoning. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Mims? Yes. Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes?
Cole?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Could I have a motion to accept correspondence, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Cole, second by Mims. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for coming, to all those of you who are interested in this particular project. I hope I'll be back by...
Just read it. Okay.
Yeah, just you open it and read all that stuff. I'm not this down here.
I'll wait till they clear the room.
Sure. Yes, active mayor. You're active
You better
right now.
believe it. You better believe it. You can probably just feel the power emanating from me.
Yeah.
I forgot this is on.
He told me, but they didn't even bother. He said
was gonna say,
he's not
getting out
sure,
your
but
card,
they asked
Susan.
him. He came in
Getting out my car.
You don't want to have 3 readings on the cabins?
They want more trees.
Yes.
They about yeah, and they done things like.
You don't want to have that next to you, though.
Okay, if you'll, folks can clear the room, those that aren't going to remain, so we can continue with the agenda.
To the bathroom.
Item 11B, City Park, 100 Park Road rezoning, local historic landmark rezoning, City Park cabins. Ordinance rezoning property located at the Old Settlers Association of Johnson County Cabins off 100 Park Road in City Park from neighborhood public, P1 to P1 with a historic district overlay, P1/OHD, REZ 19-1, and this is second consideration. And staff requests expedited action.
I move the rule requiring the ordinances must be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended, that the second consideration and vote be waived, and that the ordinance be voted on for final passage at this time.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Salee. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, roll call.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Mims?
Yes. Move final adoption.
Second.
Second.
Oh, yeah. Discussion. Oh, well, yeah, moved by Mims, seconded by Salee. Discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you for your help. Item 11C, 820 Park Road rezoning, local historic landmark rezoning, Ned Ashton House. This is an ordinance rezoning property located at 820 Park Road from neighborhood public, P1, to P1 with a historic district overlay, P1/OHD. This is second consideration, but staff has requested expedited action.
I move that the rule requiring the ordinances must be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended, that the second consideration and vote be waived, and that the ordinance be voted on for final passage at this time.
Second.
Moved by Mims, second by Taylor. Discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Move final adoption.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Mims, second by Thomas. Discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 11D, 28 South Lynn Street rezoning, local historic landmark rezoning, excuse me, old post office. This is an ordinance rezoning property located at 28 South Lynn Street from neighborhood public, P1, to P1 with an historic district overlay, P1/OHD. This is second consideration, but staff has requested expedited action.
I move that the rule requiring the ordinances must be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended, that the second consideration and vote be waived, that the ordinance be voted on for final passage at this time.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Taylor. Discussion. So in our last meeting, Jay Honahan raised some questions about the, I don't know, something that happened, 20 or more years ago about having to do with historic landmark status. And I thought maybe he would be submitting some kind of statement or appeal or request or something like that. Did that ever happen?
I don't think he's followed up in this venue. We did, the planning staff did follow up with Latasha Deloach, the director over at the Senior Center, and she was going to push the information out on what this means for future building alterations. And as you know, it does add a layer of oversight to exterior remodeling or renovations that may take place, but it does not impact what they do within the walls of the Senior Center. So I don't sense there's much concern at all there.
And I don't see anybody in the audience that wants to address this topic, so roll call, please.
Throgmorton?
Yes?
Cole?
Yes.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Move final adoption.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Thomas. Discussion?
I just want to mention one thing that I was reading on this, and that was the concept of the civic corridor that occurred along Lynn Street. Where you had the City Hall, the old Carnegie Library, and the post office along Lynn. It was kind of interesting to read that.
I was hoping to see photographs looking down the street or up the street, depending. But they were head-on shots, but not those kinds of things. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Cole?
Yes.
Mims? Yes. Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Item 12, Utility Rate Ordinance. This is an ordinance amending Title III entitled Finances, Taxation, and Fees, Chapter 4 entitled Schedule of Fees, Rates, Charges, Bonds, Fines, and Penalties of the City Code to increase water service to charges and stormwater service charges. This is second consideration.
Move second consideration.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Thomas. Discussion. Was anybody going to make a presentation? I don't know that.
Only if you have questions. We have the slides from the first reading that we can go through again. At your work session, you requested a list of the top 10 water fund customers. That's up on the screen. If you have questions, we have staff to help you through those.
The increase is 5%, right?
5%
For
July
the-
1st.
for the water.
For the water, 5% this coming July 1st, and then 5% again the following July 1st of 2020.
But for the stormwater, it would be just 50 cents per
50
household
cents.
or per?
It's equivalent residential unit, so for the single-family home, it would be 50 cents a month.
Okay. Starting July 1st, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, do we not? Any further discussion?
No.
No one likes to raise fees, but this is essential city service, and Iowa City used to not have great water like 15, 20 years ago. Now we do, so.
We have the best water, man. Yeah.
It wasn't always that way.
I like the water field when
That was the council
they
about
do a
20
great
years
job
ago.
over there.
Yeah.
Well, and I think maybe an important reminder, too, is a lot of this is driven by the fact that Procter & Gamble has changed
Yeah. That's
right.
what they're doing and moving out a lot of their wet production, so they're not using as much
Yep.
water, but we still have the same overhead, so.
Yeah, and we thankful because another city buy us, they buy water to drink, and we don't buy water to drink. I personally drink from the plant. I don't buy water.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, so this table is pretty hard to read, but if I am reading it correctly, it's Procter & Gamble currently accounts for about 8% of our water usage.
That's correct.
And the second largest consumer accounts for about 1.2%.
Yeah, they are by far our largest user.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. All right, thank you for having that table available. It's kind of, I was kind of, yeah, never mind. Yeah, thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes?
Cole?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 13, moratorium on rental permits. This is an ordinance amending Title 17 of the City Code, Building and Housing, to establish a moratorium until March the 7th, 2020, on the issuance of new rental permits for single-family and duplex units in RS5, RS8, and RNS12 zones within certain rental permit districts in the rental impact area shown in Figure 17-1 of the City Code. This is second consideration.
Move second consideration.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Cole. Discussion. Tracy.
Oh, I'm not here. I'm just sitting the map.
Oh. Pay no attention to that woman. Is this a good time for you to provide us with that background information concerning the rental cap and possible
Legality of it?
legality? Yeah.
I certainly can. I think you've gotten a couple pieces of correspondence arguing that the moratorium violates the recently passed legislation that prohibits rental permit caps. As I think a lot of you know, when I think you can't do something, I tell you pretty clearly that you can't. I don't think that's the case here. I think that, and I can give you a couple reasons, I think there are additional ones, but kind of at the top of the list. Number one is the state legislation was clearly and at the last minute directed at the rental permit caps that were put in place by Ames and the city of Iowa City. Secondly, if you look at both Merriam-Webster and Black's Law Dictionary, if you look at the definition of cap, it is defined as an upper limit, to set an upper limit on. An upper limit, such as a limit on the amount of damages, the interest a bank can charge. When you look at the definition of a moratorium, it is quite different. It is defined as a pause or a suspension of an activity or a waiting period or a period of delay, a postponement. Secondarily, the moratorium or people refer to it as a temporary moratorium, but moratorium means a temporary pause or delay or suspension. It is a time-honored and found to be constitutional approach that is often used by local entities to press pause, to protect the decision-making process and give them time to contemplate a change to codes. Had the legislature wanted to prohibit moratoriums, there would have been a much different way of saying that than prohibiting rental permit caps. Finally, I think if there is ambiguity in the statute, the court will look at legislative history, and I think the legislative history and the negotiations that went on or didn't go on at the time this legislation was proposed will make it quite clear that a moratorium was not contemplated.
Okey doke. Thank you. Any discussion?
Were you going to let people speak first, or before we?
Sorry, I should have done that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Would anybody like to address this topic? Hey, Austin.
Hi. Hi, I'm Austin Wu, City Liaison for University of Iowa Student Government. I just wanted to bring attention to an editorial in the Daily Iowan that was published last Thursday that commented on this item and asked for renters to have a more salient space to provide input on matters such as this. Many students at the university see actions like rental caps and the permit moratorium. It makes them feel unwelcome or not, they feel like their presence isn't welcomed in the city, even if that is not the intention of actions such as these. Renters are not just transient students. At this point, nearly 40% of Americans now rent rather than own their own home, especially young people of all sorts, including young professionals, and this is the highest point since the mid-1960s. Beyond regulating density, present challenges such as state actions could be used for future opportunities. Perhaps decisions such as legalizing accessory dwelling units or granny flats could increase density and housing supply in areas within the impact zone without substantial changes to the built form. And concerns such as parking could be used as an impetus to take direct action in reducing car usage in accordance with the city's climate action plan. We recognize that the reasoning behind city actions is due to reasons beyond your immediate control, but ultimately we believe that going forward, more permanent solutions must involve a willingness to modify the built environment beyond policy modifications on the edge. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Good evening.
Good evening. You guys still look really fresh.
We are. We're good to go.
I couldn't do your job. No way.
See us in 2 hours.
Yeah, you're usually here till midnight. Or
Yeah, this is a breeze.
It's a swing shift.
You never know.
My name is Shaner Magallanes. I'm a realtor with Skogan Realty in Coralville. So don't boo me off the stage or anything because I'm not an Iowa City resident, but I do a lot of work in Iowa City. First of all, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak with you about this again. A lot of us were here last week talking about it, and I know you probably get tired of hearing the same thing over and over again. Hopefully I'll have some new input. First of all, I want to say it's pretty rare that I agree with anything in the Press Citizen, but I did agree with an article they had today that talked about the language in the resolution being full of hyperbole. I mean, if you read that thing, I mean, it sounds like the sky is really falling in Iowa City in regard to rentals, and I really don't think that's the case. I think we all get it that this is a very complicated issue. As realtors, obviously, we're protecting private property rights, and that includes people that own rental properties, people that own their own homes. So we understand the complexities there. But ultimately, I think a lot of us feel like the market can and is addressing the situation. The first of all, using familial status and the rental caps, I would argue wasn't necessary to begin with because of that reason, because the market can figure these things out. Furthermore, the city has existing ordinances in place to deal with the issues that apparently are the main concerns that the staff and the council are stating for the impetus behind first the familial status rule and the rental cap rule and now the moratorium, such as dealing with parking, disorderly properties, irresponsible landlords, and the like. I mean, if you need to work on those ordinances to change them or improve them or whatever, that seems like where you should concentrate your effort and the staff's effort rather than an arbitrary moratorium. I'll give you two examples of what I see as being the market working this out. And one of them is very personal. My son and several friends live on Johnson Street, which, as you know, is probably 90% rentals. They rent a 5-bedroom home there. They're currently this year paying $3,000 a month. Their landlord, at their proaction, and this is the biggest landlord in downtown Iowa City, is lowering the rent from $3,000 a month to $2,100 a month next year. That is unprecedented that somebody would lower rent and by that amount. What that tells me is even the big boys know that because of all the multifamily that's been built and is being built, there's not as much incentive and there's not as much pressure on having as many rental properties downtown. Similarly, I don't know how many people in the audience here, my fellow realtors, have had this experience, but investors that I work with, even before all this came down, were basically saying, I don't want to touch downtown anymore. I mean, there's already plenty of people down there. The prices are inflated when you go to try to buy a rental property downtown as an investor. So again, I think the market is figuring this out that, you know, maybe we need to put our money elsewhere. So I just think it's not necessary to begin with. That's kind of my argument. So I would ask that you not support the moratorium on new rental permits being issued for the next 10 months as been proposed. And the bottom line is that I urge the city council and staff to work with the realtor community and other people affected by this, and let's figure it out as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Good evening.
Hi. I'm Dale Goki. I graduated from the University of Iowa, but it's been a few years ago, a number of years ago. We recently purchased a home on the College Green. I'm not really familiar with all this. The College Green area, which has the rental caps. Today I applied for a rental permit. I was told that the moratorium may place a hold on that, at least temporarily. And I tried to look at this. I had a discussion with the city attorney. And my opinion about this is that the moratorium would be a violation of state law. Now, I understand the argument that a moratorium might put a pause on a city ordinance or city law. But a city ordinance cannot overrule and veto a state law, and that's what this moratorium would do. It simply, as I read the proposed ordinance, it says no rental permits. That means it's a limitation. limitation is a cap. And the state law says, shall not adopt or enforce any rental cap. So a moratorium is a cap. And that would be a direct violation of the state law. Now, if you believe you have authority to have this moratorium, you must have authority to have the next moratorium, the next one, ad infinitum. And I don't think that possibly could exist. What it would do, it would make the state law basically a nullity. Absolutely overrule a state law. And I don't think there's any authority for that. If there is some authority for that, I think we are entitled to have it. What is it? What legal authority is there to say that you can have a rental cap when the state law says you can't? So unless there's some specific legal authority that allows the city council to overrule this state law, I think you have to reject this ordinance.
Thank you, Dale. Good evening.
My name is Monica Hayes, and I'm the current president of the Iowa City Association of Realtors. And I just wanted to give a little bit of information on the real estate market. Last week we talked a lot about the difference in property value for people who were able to sell their home with a rental permit compared to those that don't. And just taking into consideration the cyclical nature of this marketplace, which is very different from any marketplace around us because of the University of Iowa and people coming and going throughout the year. It not only affects people coming and going, but that in turn affects the rental market. And as you know, most leases run from August 1st through the end of July. So the spring market here starts very early and is very robust, and many people moving only at that time of year compared to other markets. So in considering your timing of the moratorium too and the length of it, please understand that we're doing market analysis to figure out values of homes into early winter, preparing for that spring market. And so that's difficult to be able to plan and give value when we're not going to know for sure different situations with when houses are going to be able to come on the market. The other thing is that knowing that investors are going to want to be spending their money by the end of the year, sometimes to help with taxes. It also is going to affect some of those houses with the investors not knowing the true situation of rental permits and how those are going to be affected. So just taking into consideration when you're talking about, 10 months, that those time periods of end of the year and into the beginning of next year are going to affect the market as well.
Thank you, Monica. Anyone else? Good evening, Mark.
Good evening, sir. Good evening. My name is Mark Camps. I also am a realtor here in town. Before I get started, after sitting here for 2.5 hours, thank you for your service to the community. We greatly appreciate the time that you give. I've got in my hand our Code of Ethics. It's a 28-page document, and it's been in effect for over 100 years. By our Code of Ethics, I mean the National Association of Realtors. It spells out our duties as realtors to our customers and clients, our duties to the public, as well as our duties to other realtors. It's updated on a yearly basis by the National Association of Realtors, so we're always current in how it reads and what it says. Prior to the code itself is a 7-paragraph preamble, of which I want to read a few paragraphs. It starts out, "Under all is the land. Upon its wise utilization and widely allocated ownership depend the survival and growth of free institutions and of our civilization. Realtors should recognize that the interest of the nation and its citizens require the highest and best use of the land and the widest distribution of land ownership. They require the creation of adequate housing, the building of functioning cities, the development of productive industries and farms, and the preservation of a healthful environment. Such interests impose obligations beyond those of ordinary commerce. They impose grave social responsibility and a patriotic duty to which realtors should dedicate themselves, and for which they should be diligent in preparing themselves. Realtors, therefore, are zealous to maintain and improve the standards of their calling and share with their fellow realtors a common responsibility for its integrity and honor. In recognition and appreciation of their obligation to clients, customers, the public, and each other, realtors continuously strive to become and remain informed on issues affecting real estate, and as knowledgeable professionals, they willingly share the fruit of their experience and study with others. They identify and take steps through enforcement of this code of ethics and by assisting appropriate regulatory bodies to eliminate practices which may damage the public. So I feel I had to be here tonight. It's my obligation and our obligation to defend the property rights of the citizens of Iowa City. Last Wednesday, I believe it was Ms. Mims asked, why didn't we bring our concerns to you before taking it to the state? I ask the same of you. Why didn't you include us in discussions before it went into effect? As I like to say when talking to agents about why they should be involved in legislative issues, if you aren't at the table, you're on the menu. I feel as though we, as the citizens of the community, were on the menu when this was being discussed almost 2 years ago. We as realtors live it every day. We have to explain it to both people wanting to purchase a home or sell a home in our community. Whether it's parents wanting to make life a little less complicated for their children to attend the University of Iowa by purchasing a home, or a longtime citizen of the community ready to move on to the next stage of their life. People should be able to do what they want to do with their home as long as it's within zoning regulations and the law. Speaking of the law, since our meeting last Wednesday, the governor of our state signed into law Section 414.1, subsection 1, Code 2019. A city shall not adopt or enforce any regulation, restriction, or other ordinance related to residential property rental permit cap on single-family homes or duplexes. The effective date, this act being deemed of immediate importance, takes effect upon enactment. I leave you with the question, isn't a policy of no rental permits being issued for 10 months considered a rental cap? It's a zero cap. It's a cap. I believe you're attempting to cap rentals for the next 10 months at 0%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening.
Good evening. Wasn't sure if the stickers actually. All right. Hello, my name is Andrew McCubbin, and I'm a resident of Iowa City. I'm here mainly because it seems like this was a rush. Obviously, there's been talk that the council was blindsided by the legislature's decision to do this, but it seems like the council is kind of rushing into this as well. City of Iowa City had in place a previous limitation of rentals based on familial status, as has been previously brought up. This was explicitly prohibited by the state legislature, and I think in a lot of cases, some people would argue federal housing law potentially. The city, Iowa City, then instituted rental caps, which are now prohibited as of May 2nd. You now intend to implement a rental permit moratorium in areas previously covered by the cap, but not elsewhere. And I know people have brought up the fact that there's some legal disputes about what moratorium means versus an actual rental cap, but it seems like your moratorium is still specifically capping only specific parts of the city, and it's still enforcing that 30% cap by de facto language that you're using, at least in the arguments for the moratorium ordinance and the description of why you're going through with it. This seems like a regulation related to permit caps. This is exactly the thing that's prohibited by the legislature now in Iowa. No Iowa City resident should be expected to fund the almost certain litigation given the deliberate and knowing manner in which you intend to violate state law. And I think even a bigger issue is potentially some inconsistencies and some sloppy legislating on the part of the city over attempts to discriminate against residents based on their identity and socioeconomic class. Before getting a permit for owner-occupied dwelling, the current city's code indicates that you must have an intent to vacate within 180 days, must intend to vacate for at least 180 days, and if you don't vacate within 180 days, the permit is terminated. And this is for owner-occupied dwellings where in the interpretation of the code would be having two tenants or more who are then required to have a permit based on ordinance changes last year. If you vacate, property isn't exactly owner-occupied. Do you now need a different permit if you do as you intended? Can you ever get a permit if renting to two or more tenants as seemingly required in an owner-occupied dwelling if you intend to remain? Also, there seems to be an inconsistency with respect to accessory apartments. Before establishing an accessory apartment, you must have a rental permit. You must have an inspection of property prior to getting a rental permit, and you cannot get a permit with an open building permit. Those seem to be mutually exclusive. Applications for rental permits have a scheduled inspection time and date and says the payment is due before the scheduled inspection. The clerk indicated today when I applied for a rental permit that they were going to cancel the inspection if payment wasn't made right away. The clerk also indicated that inspections are always scheduled 30 days out, which implies that it's not because of a certain volume of applications. Rental permit lookup tool and work has had issues. Went to Internet Archive today, and it seems like the rental permit issue came to fruition, and all of a sudden the permit lookup seemed to have issues on Iowa City's website. So I don't know if that's coincidence or if there's technical difficulties, but I think that needs some explanation. We also need to look at what happens when ordinances affecting rental properties are violated. The short answer seems to be in Iowa City is nothing. Of 21 complaints in 2018, 5 never were investigated and 10 remain open. Only 1 citation was issued in all of 2018 based on city records available online. So let's deal with the nuisances, whether parking, noise, or maintenance and appearance. Why is attempting to keep college students living in certain neighborhoods any different than attempting to prevent minorities from trying to live there? If you want to get rid of college students or limit their numbers, pass an ordinance to that effect and defend your basis and rationale. Bigotry isn't good with any rationale. More personally, as I started graduate school, I looked to invest in a house in Iowa City. That investment was a place for me to live and a place to improve on. But knowing that plans after graduate school are uncertain, I bought knowing that I could rent in a thriving college town or to sell someone either to live in or subsequently rent. And obviously that now has changed with this proposal. If you want people like me to call Iowa City home and take investment risk here in improving it, you have to leave open possibilities for me to get a return on my investment, and that includes being able to rent how I wish. Obviously, you have building standards, and barring that, there's no reason why someone shouldn't be able to do with their property as they wish. Had a moratorium or cap been in effect, I might not have made the investment in improvements to my home, and that includes installing 7.2 kilowatts of solar, hopefully in accordance with the Iowa City's climate change plan. As a result of researching my options on this issue, I now know that I should choose to lease some or all of my house. I can do it. I know that I don't need to go through the hassle of a rental permit. First, I can easily add tenants as owners of the property. Instead of the $209 every 2 years that Iowa City expects for rental permit inspections, I can record a deed for $12 with Johnson County. I could set up something a little more complex, maybe an LLC or similar, to do even more. No inspections, no permit, no risk of future rental regulations. But for all the complaints about rentals not having rental permits, etc., you only issued one citation, and it's unclear if you prevailed in court. So simply renting and ignoring your process may very well be the cheapest option yet. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Anyone else? Okay, I don't see anybody else. Could we have a motion? Let's see now, where are we? We already did the motion. Council discussion.
Well, I just hope that we do have this opportunity now for 10 months. I'm still going to support it. I hope you reach out to the city staff to have a shared discussion. We've talked a lot about microeconomics and the council's lack of understanding of microeconomics. I've read my Milton Friedman, my Friedrich Hayek, and my Ludwig von Mises as well. I'm fully aware of microeconomics. I think the struggle in our neighborhoods is how do we balance commercial activity in the neighborhoods? And what we're trying to do is have balance. We're trying to have neighborhoods where we can have a mix of families, rentals. We've added hundreds of rental units over the past several years. We are very pro-renter, but I think what we're trying to do is keep our neighborhoods with a mix of housing types and options available. So if people want to reach out and collaborate, I think you will have an open ear on this council. And I would certainly love to hear any additional proposals that you would like to make. But I'm going to be supportive of this because we need to have the time to come up with a solution. And here's the thing is that you guys want. I mean, it's going to come into effect. We're going to have a little bit of time to come to a policy solution. I hope you join us, and we'd welcome you at that table. But I think from my point of view, we need the time to be able to develop a solution that will work for everyone.
I just want to ask our city attorney. I think Mark raised really important question. By doing this 10 months, is this really not a cap? He's really raised a good question.
That's what I responded to when the mayor asked. In my opinion, it is not a cap. Caps refer to limits. They allow a certain number of things, whether it's damages or permits, and then they put a cap.
What about zero cap? That's also...
I don't think this is a cap. I think it's a moratorium to allow for a pause, to allow the decision-making process. Reasonable minds can differ, but I wouldn't have signed this ordinance if I didn't think it was defensible.
I know even if I tried my best, Bruce and I, last time, and I know that we just have to go the 10 months, even though I think this is really long time to do so, to figure out what we do. But my understanding, we're doing this 10 months not to come up with a cap, to come up with a solution. Mm-hmm. And that said, I really want the city to focus on like finding why to beginning with we had the cap. And if we have like reasoning for the cap, we have to focus on how we can solve the reason that made us do the cap in order like just go ahead and putting a cap. I think there is many people are looking for renters apartment or houses in the area that really capped and they couldn't find any. I've been helping a lot of people. I'm going to repeat what I said last time, but I think we're driving the market and by increasing the price when we have limited renter permit and more renter permit, it will make more houses. It means somehow the rent will go down. That's my understanding. But we don't have support for like increasing the time from 10 months, and I will go ahead and support it. We just don't be like, I will support it for the 10 months, even though I really not, I think, it should be less than that. But hopefully during these 10 months, we don't have to think about a way to do another cap. We just have to think about how we can solve the problem and open the permit for everybody, like, to have a permit.
I guess for me, again, the timing is a long time when you're talking about 10 months. And you mentioned, solving the problem. A part of it is the problem that we're talking about is, capping rental permits. I'm not sure what the new problem becomes if we have no authority over the permits. I think we do need time to figure this out. I am not in support of the 10 months, but I'm going to support it because the fellow councilors, we couldn't get a majority. I do think that it is our duty to not just switch from one thing and then, have it without any type of thought put into it. Retrospect, I do think that we had the opportunity when we learned that it was, at the state level, potentially not going to move forward. Then at that point, maybe we should have been submitted with some options of what else can be done. At this point, and maybe I should be a little more aggressive, but at this point, I will support it. I think looking at what staff is doing with the current applications that are coming through, I don't know if that's something that we need to talk about because I want to make sure that there is consistency in the language of what's happening if people are coming to apply. And I also want to make sure that if someone does apply, is the date of the application the date that we're going to go by until this moratorium is finally voted upon?
Yeah. Answer.
You want me to respond to that?
Please.
My instructions to staff is now that the governor has signed the legislation, is you do things the exact way that you normally would. You don't change your practice one bit. We're not delaying inspections. We're not speeding up inspections. We're not delaying payments on rental permit applications or anything like that. We're following the same protocol that we always have. And if an application is made and that initial inspection takes place before the moratorium goes into place and there's not significant issues with that inspection, then they'll get the rental permit, even if it's in one of these capped areas.
And is this, if we approve it next meeting, which is the 21st, if that will start in any application filed after the 21st, and everything that filed before the 21st will be granted?
It's not the application date. It's once we complete that initial inspection and determine that it is ready for rental or very close. If there's some minor issues that need to be corrected, we'll allow that to go through because that's our normal protocol.
You mean like if you are in the middle of an inspection and on the 21st we approve it, automatically you will cap it? Okay. Okay.
I think the reality is because I have rental permits. The likelihood of anyone really getting a rental permit during this period is very low. And it is what it is. I really do wish the counselors would consider making this shorter term. I understand that our staff is busy, and I love our staff. I respect our staff. But if our toolbox is so small, why are we waiting until March 7th, 2020 to do this?
I could take a crack at that one as well. The 10 months is not a hard date. I mean, we put out a number that we think gives us sufficient time to do it. If it happens in 6 months, great. If it happens in 8 months, great. We're not going to design a process that necessarily takes 10 months, okay? We're going to design a process where we can get some ideas on the table. We can invite those stakeholders that are interested in vetting those ideas or bringing their own ideas to the table, give us all opportunity to speak, and then we work through those issues. It could be that we throw out some ideas and some folks in this room and others that are interested come together and say, you know what, I think that's a good approach and we could agree with that, and we could be back here this summer or fall with a new set of ordinances and the moratorium ends sooner than that 10 months. We just don't know how long that process is going to take. We didn't want to sell ourselves short and say it's going to take 3 months or 4 months when there might be more robust discussions in the community that need to take place before we arrive at that solution. So 10 months was a safe number for us. I felt like we could develop a process that allowed for the input, that allowed for the appropriate vetting of ideas, while also carrying on the other lists of projects that department is currently working on without causing a whole bunch of delay to those. Again, I hope I'm here before March 14th or whatever that date was with a solution that folks can all support. That's our goal.
I don't plan to get into the details because I don't think that's appropriate here. But, I do wish that sitting here we had what your first item or your first date approximately would be a month or two to have stakeholders at the table so that we know that there's something, that will take place. But I'm not going to ask you to give a response to that. But
when we did the rental cap, when we were adjusting after the familial status, we had a few work sessions with the council before we brought you an ordinance. We had check-in points. We had probably 6 or so public meetings in a span of that 6 or 7 months to talk about this issue. So, and we can certainly do that. We can engage with folks. We can share some initial ideas, and we can come to you and say, here's what we're juggling with now. Do you want to wait? Do you want to put us in a current? Do you want to steer us in a certain direction or not? We're happy to give you as frequent updates as you want.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
I just want to say I appreciated Eleanor's clarification of the definition of cap versus moratorium. I think that's very helpful to delineate whether we're breaking the law as such. It just basically is allowing us time, and I would say not to solve a problem. I don't want to define it as a problem. It's just that we want to see what can be done to help distribute like owner-occupied homes versus the rentals and come to a good agreement on that. The city has been very good about finding innovative ways. The University program is a good example of that, of mixing owner-occupied versus the rental properties, or even converting the rentals to owner-occupied. So I'm in favor of this.
I'm going to support it. I agree. I hope we're not 10 months out, but I didn't agree with the 5 or 6 months or whatever that was proposed last time. I think it's also important for everybody who's listening to this to remember that this applies only to single-family and duplexes. There's a lot of apartment buildings in these areas that this has absolutely no effect on. I understand and agree with the idea of property owners being able to do what they want with their properties. We also have an overriding issue. This whole thing started with neighborhood stabilization. That means making these neighborhoods accessible and attractive for families so that our neighborhood schools have kids in those locations to go to those schools, along with a lot of other issues and dealing with nuisances, which will probably be doing more things like that are going to make some people unhappy, but that's maybe where we have to go. So I just certainly hope that we're done with this in less than 10 months. And I don't say that to put pressure on staff, because I say that because this is what this council has done to our staff. I mean, we sat here just a few weeks ago and added on a form-based code for the north side after we, a year ago, said we weren't going to do it. And Jeff clearly said at that time, that's going to delay other things for that planning department. And so we need to make sure they've got the time, and we need to make sure we get it done right. So, and the last thing I would say is I have the utmost respect for our city attorney and the judgment that she has on legal matters, and so I go with that.
Susan, I think you would also want to mention that the proposed moratorium does not apply to existing rental permits.
True.
Those rental permits in all those districts in the city continue to be in effect. They're not being taken away or anything like that.
They can be renewed, correct.
Yeah, this is one of the first issues that I became engaged with when coming to Iowa City back in 2009. And, I immediately read our central district plan, which really it's a little bit larger than the areas affected by the rental cap, but it's much of the central district is within it, and if not all of the central district. And the language in the central district talked about achieving balance between owner occupancy and rental properties. And that was always, I thought, well, what is meant by balance? What are we talking about? I live in the area that's the Northside Goosetown area. And it wasn't until I saw a report by a student in, I think, 2011 or 2012, which talked about the fact that in that particular area, and it was by census tract, that if you include the multifamily as part of the dwelling units, along with the single-family and duplex properties, 75% of the units in that area are rental. So that began to tell me this question of balance is really a challenging issue in Iowa City. And it also began to, as I began to look at the problem further, we say rental, but they're really sub-markets within the rental market. You have rentals which are occupied by students where they're renting by the room, and you have families, households who would like to rent in a more conventional way, as well as owner occupants. So you have several classes, all, in my mind, I would want to all be able to reside in Iowa City in the downtown core area. But achieving a balance is extremely difficult. I think you understand the economics that are at play here. So it is a challenging problem. It's a problem worldwide in college towns. I discovered papers in the law school regarding this issue. So we do need time to sort it out. And I hope we can work together, in my mind, with the vision of how can we achieve a balance of both those who would like to live over the long term in a neighborhood, whether they're owner-occupied residences or rental units, and those. We are in a university town, so obviously a significant percentage of the properties are going to be rented by students. How can we cohabit within the neighborhood and achieve some kind of equilibrium? And that's what I hope we can do over the moratorium.
Further discussion? Is everybody spoken except me? What?
I think,
if I could have one more, and maybe this is something for you to think about before the third reading, circling back to what we were trying to accomplish with the rental caps and the other changes that we made. and hearing some of your comments, I'm going to simplify what was a pretty lengthy discussion back then, or multiple discussions. We really have two goals, and if you need to course correct us with these goals, please think about that before the next meeting. But we want those diverse housing options in the neighborhoods. And John just touched on that. And then there's the second piece, which is the to prevent overburdening of city infrastructure and operational resources. And if you recall, when we went through the rental caps, we spent a lot of time looking at heat maps of nuisances and where we were deploying our resources, and trying to limit those hotspots where we had nuisances. So that's where we hired another enforcement officer. We made some of those other changes. As we put the rental caps to bed now and we look for another set of solutions, that's what's in my mind as I look to guide this discussion at the staff level. If we're off on those, if we're missing something, or again, if you need to course correct us, maybe for the next reading, let us know what your goals are too for those discussions. That'll help us get off to a quick start.
I have one clarification, talking about the effective date of the moratorium ordinance is the date of publication. It will not be the 21st. It will be the date of publication, which is typically the second Thursday after the Tuesday meeting, which is the 30th, I think. But we can get more, or Memorial Day may mess that up a little bit, but we can give you that exact date at the next meeting.
Okay. Okay, so I haven't had a chance to say anything, and I do want to. The question at hand, obviously, is whether we should adopt a 10-month moratorium on rental conversions in defined neighborhoods. But I do want to respond to a couple of claims that several speakers made during our public comment period on May the 1st and also a bit tonight. And I do so in a spirit of dialogue. I mean, I really do mean this, because if I don't express how I'm thinking about things, you'll never know how I think about things. So I hope you understand that. So first, several speakers claim that the rental cap intruded on the rights of private property owners. In my judgment, this claim misunderstands the relationship between private markets and governmental entities like ours. It's a mistake to think that there is a, quote, free market into which the government, quote, intrudes. Rules create markets, and government generates the rules. This is how it always has been and how it always will be. So you can have a minimalist government, you can have a maximalist government, but there's judgment in between. With that in mind, the important question becomes, how should those rules be generated and changed? I believe that in a well-functioning democracy, every citizen and stakeholder should have an equal opportunity to influence the content of those rules. Therefore, it's misleading to claim our rental cap ordinance intruded in the rental housing market. The rental cap set the rules and context within which the local rental market would operate. Attention should have been focused, therefore, on the merits of the proposed rules and on ensuring that people had adequate notice and opportunity to influence the content of those rules. Our rental cap ordinance was developed through a lengthy process which provided ample public notice and ample opportunity for a variety of people with a variety of interests to influence the content of rules by participating in our rule-making process. One major consequence of that process was that the final version of that rental cap ordinance included several significant exceptions to the general ban. And several of the people who spoke on May the 1st were completely unaware of those exceptions, including the first person who spoke. He drew attention to two particular things that worried him most. Both of them had exceptions built into the rental cap ordinance as it existed. So in my judgment, as an elected official of the city, the final version of our rental cap ordinance reflected the values of most Iowa Cityans. The second claim we heard from some speakers in our May 1st meeting and tonight was that they had not been able to sell their houses at prices they had expected. Those expectations assumed there would be no rental cap. I take this to be a misguided expectation, which ignored the many public values and concerns that had led us to adopt a rental cap in neighborhoods located close to the university. The main concern was that treating single-family detached houses and duplexes as maximum revenue generators drives housing prices up in those neighborhoods and makes it far less likely that owner-occupants could afford to buy them. It drove particular kinds of buyers out. Very quickly, the whole affected area could flip to rentals if we don't have some rules in place. So who would benefit from that? A process that sort of leaves it to the market and there are basically no rules. Well, property owners who want to sell for a no rental cap price would benefit. Realtors would benefit from commissions. But who would not benefit and, in fact, be harmed? People who want to live in thriving, mixed-income neighborhoods close to the university. There are a lot of them. They teach at the university. There's staff at the university and other locations near other businesses near downtown. Who else? Families that want their children to walk to nearby elementary schools. And of course, school districts just spent a ton of money renovating Horseman Elementary. Who else? Non-student renters who are looking for affordable rental units for their families. Who else? Anybody who cares about the economic health of our downtown and wants to attract a diverse mix of customers to it. In brief, anybody who cares about the overall health of the city would in a sense, be harmed. They would understand the damaging effects of having entire neighborhoods be converted, like what is colloquially known as the student ghetto. Entire neighborhoods that would be completely transformed or largely transformed into rental districts filled with temporary residents who have no long-term interest in the neighborhood. That's not healthy for the city. It's not healthy for the neighborhoods. It's not a good thing for us to enable to happen. So looking ahead to the next few months as we develop a new set of rules to ensure the health and vitality of close-in neighborhoods, I have a couple suggestions that I would like to ask our staff and council members to think about. One is that we should analyze the effects of new multi-unit housing under construction or recently construction on the demand for rental housing in single-family and duplex structures located in neighborhoods close to the university. I've had innumerable conversations, including just yesterday from a person who owns some rental property who's worrying that the new multi-unit structures that we've been permitting are going to undermine the rental market in the close-in neighborhoods and drive prices down. So, I mean, I don't know what the truth is. I think we need to look carefully at that. The other thing I think would be worthwhile doing is consider the potential effects, hopefully beneficial, of enabling the construction of, quote, missing middle housing in the residential neighborhoods throughout the city. I think those two things could be part of our discussion as we go through this process of trying to invent an alternative to the rental cap. So I'd be happy to talk with anybody in the rental realtor community about this. I'm sure we would disagree in all sorts of ways, but we might agree in all sorts of ways. So I mean it seriously about engaging in dialogue about this. Thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, so we have a motion on the floor. Roll call, please.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes.
Cole.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Could we have a motion to accept correspondence, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Cole. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 14, alcohol sales in city parks at city-sponsored events. This is an ordinance amending Title IV, Alcoholic Beverages, Chapter 5, Prohibitions and Restrictions, Section 5, Open Containers, and Title 10, Public Ways and Property, Chapter 9, Parks and Recreation Regulations, Section 2, Prohibited Actions in Parks, to allow alcohol to be sold in city parks at city-sponsored events pursuant to permits issued by the city. This is first consideration. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mims, second by Thomas. Discussion.
Julie.
Julie.
Hi, Julie Seidel-Johnson, Parks and Recreation Director. I'll be really brief. I don't actually have a presentation. Most of the information is in the memo in your packet. We are requesting to be allowed to serve alcohol specifically at Parks and Recreation sponsored events in our parks. The plans for Riverfront Crossing Park includes an event lawn with a concert stage. We feel like that would be a great location to have adult events or events that have alcohol to attract more adults to them. The other idea is to have a yappy hour at the off-leash dog parks, a much smaller event, but just an adult social time specifically at the dog parks.
Any questions for Julie? I have
What do you
one.
mean by
Sorry, go ahead.
like sold alcohol on the city park? You mean, and now you just said allow alcohol in the park?
Only during only during specific city-sponsored events as we get a permit to do so. So it would be similar.
Sponsor event.
Correct. So a Parks and Recreation.
Not like a regular event where people from the community having an event.
No. So only our special events, similar to the Block Party having alcohol outside downtown. This would allow us to do the same similar thing in Riverfront Crossing Park or specific parks with an event.
Julie, are there any limitations on hours of these city-sponsored events in which alcohol is served?
I don't know if specifically, park hours are until 11, so I can't imagine it would, unless it was maybe, we're having fire, I guess I don't know the exact answer for the opening of Riverfront Crossing Park, I should say, because we have fireworks scheduled at the end, so.
The reason why I ask it, I think of like, for example, the Oktoberfest, it seems like there were some hour limitations. I know that's not a park, but other events that we've had, it seems like the hours have been a little bit more limited. We didn't allow them to go late into the evening, and I just had wondered whether that was
Our intent would be like 10 or 11 o'clock.
Okay.
These are not late night events. It's just one extra amenity to our regular larger events. So.
I need to be persuaded about the yappy hour idea. When I go to the dog park, the Thornberry Dog Park, and now when I try to imagine going there with other people drinking beer and whatever, I don't feel so good about that. So
Sure.
persuade me it's a good idea.
Sure. So it's an idea we've floated with people out of the dog parks. I think it would be a fun way to just add an additional amenity to the dog park. Not all the time. This is probably once each summer. Just meant as a different way for adults to socialize within the dog park. We got the idea for some other cities that have done it very successfully. It's just
Would they
more
be
of
pay events, or how would that work?
I'm sorry, what?
Would they be pay events, or insurance be pretty
We
expensive?
needed to find out if you had an appetite to let us do it first before we figured out all the
Okay.
details. It's pretty limited. So we're thinking something like you would pay to get in and get 2 tickets for probably 2 cans of beer.
Okay.
Or, so this is not an open bar type event. It's a very limited alcohol provision for this event, yeah.
Can you tell me what the current reason is for not allowing alcohol at all?
We discussed this issue probably a little over a year ago, and there were some concerns from the council at that time just to not have it available throughout the parks. There's some history, and I don't know if I am the best person to describe the full history of why it's not allowed. But.
Okay. Okay. I guess I do have concern that whatever their rationale is, to not have it, and then the city wants to have an event and sell alcohol. I do have concerns about that. Personally, I think people should be allowed to have alcohol in parks. Personally, so if we're gonna, make it allowable for the city, I think I would be more than willing to look at the whole, which I know has already been decided upon. So I'm not sure about this one.
I think the big reason, Councilor Teague, is just the frequency and supervision. When we looked at allowing them in the shelters, we don't supervise what goes on in the shelters, and there was a lack of control, plus just the how the usage may impact other kind of freelancing park users, if you will. When we have a specific concert or an event like a Yappy Hour, and again, we're talking one or two off events per year, it's a controlled environment. We can set security. We review fencing plans. We go through all those protocol to make sure that it's a safe environment and that whatever's happening within the confines of the liquor license area is not impacting other users of the park to a great degree. So it's the control versus lack of control.
So a family who is currently having like a family reunion, alcohol would not be allowed at their event.
Not at a park shelter. They could do the Ashton House or the Lodge or an event center like that we offer, but not at, say, a city park shelter.
Okay.
Other discussion?
I'm willing to support it. I mean, I think the idea of just, like we said, is very few events. You've got the planning, the security if needed. I think it's worth giving it a try.
It seems like a pretty conservative concept, and with significant control over the event, so I think it's fine.
And maybe to alleviate the mayor's concern prior to the event in the dog parks, you could put signs up or posts that next Saturday is going to be the party in the park there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
so people know they don't come there with their dog and surprise them.
Like I said, this is a 2 or 3 hour event probably once this summer, so.
Okay, well, I'm going to support it, but historically we've had considerable difficulty with excessive drinking. This is a fact, and we can't just kind of ignore the fact. And I'm co-chair of the Partnership for Alcohol Safety at the university, and we discussed everything the university is trying to do to keep their students from getting harmed as a result of excessive drinking. So that's the underlying concern has to do with that, it seems to me. So if this is designed in such a way as to be limited in scale, limited in frequency, and that kind of thing, and monitored in a reasonable way, then I can support it. I just don't want it to become something else, Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Mims?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Where'd Julie go? Thank you, Julie.
Could have voted present.
Item 15, 2019 bond resolution. This is a resolution directing the sale of $12.535 million, amount subject to change, general obligation bonds, Series 2019. Could I have a motion to approve, please?
Move.
Moved by Mem, second by who?
By Teague.
I'm sorry.
Second.
Teague. Second by Teague. Dennis, hi.
We'll try and be
Patience.
brief. We know it's late. I'm Dennis Bockenstead. I'm the finance director for the city, and today we took bids on $12.5 million of general obligation bonds. Larry Berger is here from Spirit Financial, the city's financial advisor, and he's going to give you a summary of what happened this morning, and also I gave a handout there that he's going to go through.
Admirable patience.
Thank you, Dennis. Mayor and members of the City Council, again, Larry Berger from Spear Financial. We had a great day in the market today. As you can see from the cover letter that we're passing out, we did receive 2 bids today, and I'll come back to that cover letter because we will recommend the low bid of Robert W. Baird from Milwaukee, Wisconsin at a very low interest rate of 2.0204%. If you just turn the page, though, let me quickly just run through that you have maintained your AAA rating with Moody's. That is the highest rating that you can get as a city. And so congratulations. Dennis and his staff did a very fine job with the interview with Moody's. I did highlight just a few areas. There's not a lot of negative areas that I can warn you about in a AAA rating, but I did highlight a couple of areas. One of the areas is that your bonds will all be paid for within 10 years. That Moody's likes short bonds. They give a higher rating for short bonds, and those are about probably the shortest bonds you can come up with is a 10-year period. Also, they are very complimentary on your staff and the financial condition. Your reserves are very fine, very high, and that's what they like. They like cash so that you can operate should there be some shortfalls in tax collections and different things. If you turn the page, though, to a page that we summarized the 2 bids that came in, it looks like this. If you will notice, you did only receive 2 bids today, but you had an additional 26 underwriters that were interested in your bonds. What they do a lot of times in a large sale of $12 million, they will put together what is called a syndicate. And Robert W. Baird put together a syndicate, not only their company, but an additional 26 other companies that will probably share in some of these bonds. So what they do is they then distribute some of the bonds to the other 26 companies. Although the bids were 2.2 or 2.02 and a 2.09, which is very close, that does mean almost $50,000 difference in the interest cost. And so you notice when it's $12 million, those fractions really add up. If you turn to the last page then, that is your final debt service schedule. And the right-hand column is your annual payments of principal and interest. These interest rates are locked in for the 10-year. If you'll notice, there is a call provision in the final debt service schedule. Call provision protects the city. Should the market go down, which I doubt that it probably will go below 2%, but if it goes down, or if you have cash ahead after the call provision of 2025, you have the option, the city has the option to pay off the bonds early, refinance, or whatever you choose to do after the 2025 call. We always protect the city with a call provision to make sure that you have that option. And you have taken advantage of some refinancing and paying off bonds early after the call on previous bonds issues. With that, I would turn back to the cover sheet and recommend that we sell $12,535,000 general obligation bonds, Series 2019, to Robert W. Baird of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, for an interest rate of 2.0204. at a price of $12,565,847. Now, what they're doing is they're paying you actually $30,000 to buy these bonds. And so what they wanted to do is they wanted to tweak the interest rates just a little higher, but in order to win the bid, because this is a competitive bid, they give you back that additional money that they receive for a little bit higher interest rate. So it all works out for a 2.02% of true interest rate, and plus approximately a $30,000 principal to buy the bonds from you. With that, I would answer any questions that you may have about today's sale.
Yeah, Hutchinson's do the same thing. Give us $35,000 or...
Yeah, actually, the premium is figured into the sale price. And so if you'll notice, going back to the bid and bidder sheet, this one, the $30,000 under the price, it says under Robert W. Baird, 100.246%. That means they're bidding more than what the face value of the bonds are. And under Hutchinson, it's 100 plus, or 0.969%. But if you'll look at the interest rates, the second column from the right, the low bid is 2% from 20 to 27 and 2.25 from 2028 to 2029. Look down below, the 20 to 27, the 2.25 higher interest rates, and then a 250 in the last 2 years. So what that did was drive up the Hutchinson bid, although they gave you a premium also, the higher interest rates calculated into not having the low bid in there. And so that's how it's all calculated. Discounts and premiums are calculated into the winning bid.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Larry? Thanks so much for your help.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and your patience, too. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Anybody else want to address this topic? Seeing no one, any council discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Who moved and seconded? Either I didn't catch it or there wasn't
Susan and Bruce.
Susan and T. And
Bruce.
Bruce. Susan moved.
Seconded.
T.
Okay.
Seconded.
I missed it.
Close enough.
All righty.
Thank you.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Mims? Yes. Salee?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 16, retail recruitment services contract.
Keep it short, too.
Resolution authorizing the award of a contract to provide retail recruitment services for the city of Iowa City. Could I have a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Teague, seconded by Saleh. Discussion. Hi, Wendy.
Good evening, Council. I'm Wendy Ford, Economic Development Coordinator. The item you have before you is to consider a retail recruiter who would come into Iowa City and help us fill some of our vacant retail spaces in commercial neighborhoods around town. As you'll remember, in budget deliberations for FY19, Councilman Botchway at the time brought up the idea because at the time also the old Kmart building was still vacant. And while that's been filled, there are still a number of vacancies around town, and we pursued talking with retail recruiters by putting out an RFP towards the end of last year, had 2 responses to that proposal, and a committee of staff and a couple of people from outside staff review proposals, and we determined that Retail Strategies, whose price was $45,000 for a 1-year contract, renewable for 2 additional years at the same price, would be the right firm to go with. What Retail Strategies does is basically 2 things. They conduct a market analysis that takes usually the first couple of months of their work with the city, and with input from community leaders, the business community, and neighborhoods will use that information to determine what retail opportunities we should pursue and which ones are not worth pursuing. And they do that with a retail demand analysis, which you're probably familiar with. The other thing they do is interact with the regional and national retail communities through conferences and conventions where recruiters and also retailers meet together in hopes of building relationships that would ultimately end up in our being able to fill some of our empty retail spaces here in Iowa City. So there are 3 deliverables that they bring to us in the first year, and the first, as I said, is a market analysis report. The second is a retail strategy plan for the types of retailers that would be most, that would benefit most from being Iowa City and in Iowa City and vice versa. And lastly, they would put together marketing and recruitment materials that we could use in partnership with them or that they will use when they're out on the road, so to speak, at their conferences and conventions.
Okay, thanks, Wendy. Any questions for Wendy?
I'm excited for this opportunity for our community. Now, is the downtown district a part of this, all of Iowa City?
It would be for all of Iowa City.
Yep. And I'm excited that it's really going to, it's including downtown and the rest of the city. So I'm very excited just to see what will happen as a result of taking this step.
Can you just remind me again, what did you say about like how they decide which retail that we want on the community? Who will, like, they are the one who come up with it? Or?
It's a combination. There's a market analysis, which through credit card data that comes from national databases, they're able to tell what retail categories are being satisfied in commercial neighborhoods in town and what retail categories are not. In other words, perhaps on the east side of town, there's no place to buy shoes. Well, this data somehow comes up with those kinds of facts and figures, and they report back to us where some of those needs are. And then also with input from the community, we're a community that largely likes our local retailers, especially in certain places. They will try to help make matches that would fit the retail vacancies in the various retail neighborhoods around town.
Or how they get the input from the community?
I'm sorry, what?
How they get the input from the community?
Part of the first 2 months' worth of work will be identifying leadership in, and we haven't determined this path yet, but it will likely be contacting leadership in neighborhood associations, existing business communities around town, property owners, and perhaps even developers. It's not limited to a certain group of people or business people at all.
Yeah,
I think
I think that's what we want to see.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I think you bring up a really good point in the sense that I understand that there are certain national retailers that we have to recruit, and there aren't a huge bunch of homegrown retailers that we can just, create out of thin air.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I do think some of our most dynamic businesses have been homegrown retail, secondhand clothing stores, those sorts of things. So I am hopeful that we are cognizant of how we stimulate the homegrown retail to the extent that we can.
I agree. I think it's money well spent because we have ICAD, and it's a wonderful group for highlighting things in the area and trying to draw retailers, et cetera, to the area. But I think to have this company whose primary focus is to evaluate strategies and to determine and analyze, what the needs are, it will be a very positive thing for us.
Good.
Any further discussion? Thank you, Wendy. Roll call, please.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Throgmorton?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 17, council appointments. Item 17A, Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment. We have one vacancy to fill a 5-year term from January 1st, 2019 through December 31st, 2023. There's no gender requirement. We have one application from Heather Flynn. What's your preference, folks?
Looks good to me. I was glad to see a female applicant, even though there's no gender requirement. She's young, she's new to the community, but she has significant experience with aviation issues. She's perfect fit.
Yeah. I wish it was, a slightly different commission, but but she applied, and there we are. So without objection, we will appoint
I support her.
Heather Flynn?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. We need a motion for that, right? Could I have a motion to appoint Heather Flynn?
I move the motion.
Second.
Moved by Soleil, seconded by Mims. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, item 18, announcement of vacancies. Previous applicants must reside in Iowa City and be 18 years of age unless specific qualifications are stated. We have one vacancy to fill an unexpired term effective upon appointment to the Airport Commission. And then applications for that must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, May 28, 2019. We also have one vacancy to fill a 4-year term to the Airport Commission, one vacancy to fill a 4-year term on the Community Police Review Board, 4 vacancies to fill 3-year terms on the Historic Preservation Commission. One of them would be an at-large position, another a Brown Street position, a third would be a Jefferson Street position, and the fourth would be a Summit Street position. And 2 vacancies to fill 3-year terms on the Housing and Community Development Commission, 3 vacancies to fill 6-year terms on the Library Board of Trustees, and 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term on the Telecommunications Commission. Applications for those positions must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, May 14, 2019. We also have 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term on the Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term on the Historic Preservation Commission, East College Street District. And again, I'm a little confused about that.
Since we haven't filled that Jefferson Street, we still had that one term kind of dangling out, but then advertising for the new full.
Okay, and 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term on the Historic Preservation Commission for the Jefferson Street District. Vacancies for those positions will remain open until filled. Item 19, community comment. Roger, I have a feeling you were hoping to be able to speak. Why don't you come on up? Haven't seen you for a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Hey, yeah. Oh, 1. I should learn to read. Hi, my name's Roger Knight. It's been a while. First of all, I was going to say something on item 14, but it went too quick, was you guys are flirting with a very fine line with something that the city was really pushing for, was to make sure that this is not a party town. It's really getting close to, well, let's just have alcohol everywhere all the time. And having this be something that was pushed for is getting closer to all-out drinking, in my opinion. Wednesday night, I got to deal with it, and I don't have and do not want a police badge to deal with it. But straight up with the parties or shows or whatever that Gabe's puts out or allows there. In my opinion, Gabe's needs to be stopped. They don't own this town. They will never own this town. And if they want to continue to allow rappers of certain kinds that have identities of bad fans that like to get rowdy and smoke things that are illegal here in Iowa, then we need to put $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 fine. And if it doesn't stop, just pull their liquor license. That's how you stop this stuff from happening. I'm glad to see that the city is starting to learn how to use their muscle. It's time that they learn that they can also stomp their foot down on certain items. I called the police department. They came out, told them to move their cars because they were smoking marijuana right out by their car. They just circled the block, came right back. Where was the police then? Well, your guess is as good as mine. I don't have a badge. I don't want a badge. But you need to know what's going on downtown with these wild bars and how they think that they can get around rules or whatever continuously. I know the union has tried to argue around the 21 and above rules that the city has had. Well, if you don't like it, get out of Iowa City. You guys are the governing body of this city. They don't own Iowa City, neither does the university. Too many drunks causing fights, getting drunk, dying. I'm sorry, but I grew up around the fire station. One death is unacceptable. Just one is unacceptable. And I am here to, if I need to, get louder and more obnoxious on this, because it wasn't even in this town, but I have a friend that just got hit by a drunk driver and is fighting for their life, and I'm not going to allow it to happen in this city. And I hope this city council will join in on that with me. And then the next thing I've already brought up before is a noise ordinance citywide. It doesn't affect, it affects every business. There's no exceptions. There's no reason why bars or whatever are allowed to have loud music, obnoxious music after 10 o'clock. That should be a given. I don't care if it's for the Jazz Fest or whatever. No exception. No objection. Sorry, tongue-tied. No objection. Yeah, I give up. You know what I'm saying. So hopefully the city can really get on that, because with this noise ordinance, if you get it after the motorcycles and the cars that play really loud music, that would make it so that the fire trucks, police cars, and ambulances don't have to have their sirens so loud, which affects everybody's ears just walking outside. So I hope these things can be given good thought and come up with some kind of solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Austin, did you want to say anything?
Hello, I'm back. Austin Wu, City Liaison for the University of Iowa Student Government. I'd just like to congratulate Charlotte Lankaitis as the new deputy. She is studying abroad in Chile right now, won't be back in Iowa City until August, but I'm sure she'll do a great job. I just want to say happy Bike Month. May is Bike Month. I encourage everyone to ride as much as they can if they have a bicycle. Consider swapping a few car rides for a bike ride. I know there's lots of great events put on. So just want to say that. And finally, congratulations to all graduating seniors at the university, and good luck to everyone on finals, including me.
You don't have finals tomorrow, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
good luck.
Thank you. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we can move on to item 20, which is City Council information. Why don't we start with John and move to the right? And here I'm going to suggest that we conflate the two kinds of things we do. You know, we do something in the work session, we do something in this, so just time together.
Yeah, in line with what you were just saying, I attended the last Iowa City area ICAD meeting, area development meeting. And saw an interesting presentation by the Iowa Business Council. It's sort of shocking to me how, not maybe shocking isn't the right word, but I'm always impressed with the number of organizations that are focused on economic and business development in the region, and the Business Council being yet another. So lots of people working on that issue, although I then saw, I don't know if many of you subscribe or read the Gazette. This was from the Sunday Gazette, and it had a piece on the economic development in Stanton, Iowa, which is a town of 700 people, a little town with Swedish heritage, most famous for its Swedish artistic rendering of the water tower, and now I think there's a coffee cup as well. But this place has seen over $30 million in economic development over the last 10 years. And, they don't have economic development teams working, day and night, but they seem to be successful. It's sort of interesting how, the success or failure of a place is to some degree a matter of just good luck, I think.
Susan?
Nothing. I don't have any meeting information, and a lot of events over the past week, but for sake of time, I won't go over each one of them. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention that May 6th through 12th is actually National Nurses Week. It didn't make it to the proclamations list, but we had a lengthy list anyway. But it is a time that's celebrated nationally as a time to recognize nurses and all they do to help their patients and people that are in a time of need. So, happy Nurses Week.
Great. Bruce?
So I was able to attend the Senior Center open house on Thursday the 2nd, and the Senior Center it's a happening place. So I encourage anyone to really check out the Senior Center. I even got to look in the commercial kitchen there, but there's a lot of things happening in the Senior Center. It was very vibrant and full of life, so I really enjoyed that. Just a point of all the wonderful activities happening in Iowa City area. On Friday night at 10 p.m., I went to Film Scene, and I didn't even realize they started so late, but I got to see Aretha Franklin, Amazing Grace, and I would encourage anyone to get out and do that. On Saturday the 4th, just wanted to, give a shout out to the family of Isaiah Waspon, who actually died here recently by a train, and so just to let them know that we're definitely praying for them and their loss. Other than that, that's all I have for today.
Yeah, today is the second day of the fasting month, Muslim fasting month. And I would like to wish all the Muslim community in Iowa City a peaceful, inspiring, and blessed Ramadan. I was fasting today, and I break my fast with a cup of soup and half of it split while on the middle of discussion of Forest View. Thank you, Jeff and Bruce, for helping me clean the mess without the audience notice it. And yes, I'm very hungry now. Yes, can't wait to go home. Yeah. I attend Labor Center celebration. It was great, and I guess we're all happy that the Labor Center is still existing for the next 5 years. Hopefully, it will continue. Other than that, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Great. Thanks.
Ditto. I attended the labor celebration as well, and we've had a lot of bad news as a state recently, but it's nice to have those little sort of rays of sunshine. It was a really great celebratory event. And speaking of labor, Maz Pauline and I met with Royce Peterson and the Union 1260, and they expressed continuing concerns about misclassification and wage theft, and also looked at some of the interesting things that Des Moines is doing in response to some of the restrictions the legislature has taken on. So it was an engaging discussion. Probably stay tuned for further discussion on that particular issue to sort of utilize the tools that we have, which may be getting into a little work session topic later. But it was a really enjoyable event, and that's pretty much it.
Okay, great. I'm just going to mention a couple things. The first was just fun. On the 24th of April, I read a proclamation at an event at Carver Hawkeye Arena celebrating the University of Iowa's women's basketball team and coach and Megan Gustafson. There was a big crowd there, and they were very enthusiastic, so it was fun to get into the mood and kind of pump them up. The other thing I want to mention has to do with a group that Jeff and I have been meeting with, and I've been meaning to give you background information about this now for the last 3 meetings or something, but it's just not really been possible because of the way things have unfolded. Anyhow, it's a group called the University of Iowa Community Futures Steering Committee. And it's a very informal group, so don't put too much weight on the title. It's an informal group that has met 5 or maybe 6 times over the past year and a half. It was initially convened informally by President Harold and has involved 3 or 4 staff members from the university, the mayors and city managers from Coralville and North Liberty and Iowa City, the directors of the Chamber of Commerce, ICAD, the Downtown District, the Englert and Film Scene, and Johnson County initially, but I think they weren't at our most recent meeting. And we met with them again this morning and had a very stimulating conversation for about 75 minutes or so. And I can't give you details about that, at least none that are firm and locked into place. But the whole idea has been basically to get these people together, engage in some dialogue, maybe come up with some focused vision for, and that's undefined, for the region in which we're located and which is influenced by the university's presence. A lot of that's still in flux. I think you should expect to see something in writing coming from that informal group within the next, I don't know, Jeff, 2-3 months, I don't know. But I've been wanting to tell you about it, and just I thought I'd better just bite the bullet and do it right now. So, Jeff, I don't know, can you think of anything I should add to this that would really help people understand well enough?
I would think of it as a town gown advisory committee, just a commitment from all those partners to come together and have dialogue where maybe we haven't had intentional dialogue on issues facing the community in the past. So I think it's good. We don't really know what the exact purpose and mission is right now. We just, I think, collectively know that it's good to get around the same table and talk about these issues. I think we envision it becoming one of those many committees that council assigns someone to at the start of your terms, and that could very well, at least our recommendation could very well be that that's a staff person to that committee, and then we could report back to you on the issues of interest that community takes up. But it could be things like economic development strategy for the region and how the university's assets can help fuel those types of things. So more information, more, I guess, detailed information.
Yeah, there's not really uncertainty at this moment about the mission. If people agree to participate in this, there's uncertainty about the mission, there's uncertainty about the structure, there's uncertainty about specific actions that this group might take. So it might sound a bit amorphous at the moment, because it is. But I wanted you to know about it. Any other things people wanted to say about that? Okay, we're at item 21. Jeff?
No.
Okay, at some point, and I'm sure this is going to happen, we need to get an update about the legislation that was passed during the last session. Doesn't happen right now because it's pretty late, but
okay.
At some point we need to get that.
Okay.
Ashley?
No.
Eleanor?
No.
Kelly? Okay, I think we could stand to have a motion to adjourn to the work session where, as far as I know, we have one topic to discuss.
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Teague, seconded by Salehi. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's carried, and we are adjourned for this evening to the work session.